to the back of the neck and to the face. So hair grab, pretty severe attack. When you're being dragged by the hair, you're being controlled by the attacker. So let's see, how can we handle a hair grab? One more time, the person grabs my hair. Now here, if I'm gonna let him pull me, oh, I'm being controlled. And yeah, that you feel the pain. Can go to it with a knee, with a punch. So here, simply being controlled. If he's grabbing, grab, grab, push the head, his own hand towards your head down, and go with the motion with attacks. From here, after those kicks, you can use here the hand when you're close enough, boom, and he's not able to attack too much when you're close to him, and then drop, boom. If it's from the side or from the back, you're gonna have to do the same thing, but then to turn and again get close to him. One of the most important part here is to get close to him. To conclude hair grabs, guys, go with the motion. Most important, instead of resisting the motion. And of course, become a part of his grip. When he is grabbing your hair, grab his own hand, push it towards your own head, go with his motion and release strong attack towards weak spots. And then you're gonna be able to basically daze the person and take control of the situation. Thank you guys for joining our Krav Maga class. You guys can stay tuned and check out our Facebook and YouTube page and learn more Krav Maga tips and lessons. Thank you. Hey guys, Onmalu here. After watching and analyzing over 100 real-life scenarios caught on tape, we decided to go over all those videos, analyze them, and find for you the 8 most common scenarios in a street fight. We came to the conclusion that if you're gonna learn and master all those 8 scenarios, you have a high chance to be able to defend yourself in a real street fight. So we're gonna talk now about hand grab. Bar, club, restaurant, someone comes and grab your hands, start pulling you, can be really common for the ladies out there. So we're gonna watch a video here about hand grabs. So here we have a video from India when a guy is simply dragging a woman with a hand grab. You can see the attacker here. And he is simply dragging her by the hand. We do not really know the story behind it. And she falls to the ground, picks her up again. So hand grab, simply someone grabbing you with 2 hands, 1 hand. In our video, the attacker grabbed the lady with 1 hand only and simply dragged her. What we see most people are trying to do is to resist against the grab, but usually your attacker is stronger and bigger and it's not going to work. So a concept in Krav Maga, go with the attacker. Leo, you can grab as strong as you can. Up, 2 hands. Up. What I do, I create leverage. Okay, and I go towards the opening, towards the thumb. And here, I'm gonna grab my own fist. If he's pulling, again, go with him, and grab your own fist. And pull, creating leverage. Of course, what I could do is also to attack sometimes, or I do not have the angle, like in our video, when he's facing his back. So if I'm attacking here, that's not a serious attack, that is not gonna make damage and impact. But if he's in front of you and you feel in danger, attack, that will be perfect. Sometimes, as we know, club, bars, public places, someone grabs you, you don't want to escalate the situation and right away attack and create violence. So a great technique for that is simply grabbing your own hand, going up. You see his thumb towards his thumb. 2 hands is gonna work as well. Move, we do it always with ladies, bringing strong guys to grab them, and they're amazed how easy and effective this technique is. If he's grabbing me from up, you can see that his thumb now is down, so I'm gonna have to go down. 2 hands is going to be exactly the same, so I'm whoop. Following the same concept. So in Krav Maga, the idea is not for each situation to give you another technique, is actually to use one technique, which we call minimum defense against maximum attack. To conclude, guys, hand grabs are common. They can be even in a non-violent intent, and you should know how to release yourself if in danger, right away with attack, and if not possible to attack, how to use the technique to release the attacker in a simple way, one technique that will help you with any hand grab you can think of. Thank you guys for joining our Krav Maga class. You guys can stay tuned and check out our Facebook and YouTube page and learn more Krav Maga tips and lessons. Thank you. Hey guys, Malu here. After watching and analyzing over 100 real-life scenarios caught on tape, we decided to go over all those videos, analyze them, and find for you the 8 most common scenarios in a street fight. We came to the conclusion that if you're gonna learn and master all those 8 scenarios, you have a high chance to be able to defend yourself in a real street fight. So we're continuing from last time. We talked about upper stab. Just right now, I'm not even able to see the attacker. So of course, that we don't have any tip for you to develop an eyes in the back. So probably the first stab, I'm going to be getting the first stab, but now I'm seeing I'm in a problem. I'm turning towards the attacker and again, diving into the knife as we spoke previous episode. One more time here, first stab as we saw, ouch! So of course this technique isn't perfect. When you're attacked from the back, you might get the first stab or even more. But as we were able to see in the videos, some people who've been stabbed once, twice, 3 times or even more were able to keep functioning under stress, the adrenaline, all this body mechanism that allows you under stress to function even though you got hurt. So one more time, we understand that this technique of course isn't perfect, but when I get the first stab, there's a big difference of getting the second, the third stab. So what I want to do the moment I can is actually to turn and dive in one more time. Of course, I'm looking back and performing a defend with again a dive in. Of course, this move needs to be trained with a certified instructor in a gym. What if I turn from the other side? If I turn from here, it's going to be the same move, but here I have here's the back side and I'm going to perform another continuation. Most important to understand that, okay, I'm going to get the first stab, maybe the second, but what I want to be able is to control again the hand with the knife, control the attacker so he's not going to be able to go towards those important parts, at least so I survive. And of course, one more time, if I'm not able to understand this person has a knife, I do not completely understand he is going to stab me or I'm under attack, I'm going to have to react first with my own instincts. Okay, maybe moving back, punching, attacking. This is not always enough, so the second one, or the moment I can, I'm going to have to perform the dive in with the wrap, as we spoke. So one more time, divide it to 2. When you're ready, best thing is, of course, to do the dive in, even though it's against your nature, because here you're allowing yourself to control the hand with a knife. And when you're not ready, the best thing you could do is to simply react with your instincts. You can add a couple of counterattacks. I do not count on those counterattacks to neutralize the attacker, even though it could be that I would do something like this, perform a push kick, and simply run away. But we have to understand that the only way to really neutralize it is, again, diving into the knife. To conclude, guys, we talked about a knife stab that comes from up when you don't see it, turning to the attacker, diving in and wrapping the hand of the knife in order to neutralize and control the attack. Second, we spoke about a knife stab that comes from up towards the lower stomach. We spoke about when you see the attacker, you're always able to dive and again, neutralize the hand of the knife. And when you're not, the only thing you're able to do is simply to react with your own instincts, take distance, attack, and if needed, again, diving in. So most important to understand, even though you get stabbed, which will happen, you get the cut, but most important is to understand that your body and under stress, you have the ability to keep fighting and trying as much as you can to survive. Thank you guys for joining our Krav Maga class. You guys can stay tuned and check out our Facebook and YouTube page and learn more Krav Maga tips and lessons. Thank you. Hey guys, Malu here. After watching and analyzing over 100 real-life scenarios caught on tape, we decided to go over all those videos, analyze them, and find for you the 8 most common scenarios in a street fight. We came to the conclusion that if you're gonna learn and master all those 8 scenarios, you have a high chance to be able to defend yourself in a real street fight. So we're gonna handle now bear hugs. Very common scenario when a person simply hugs you, wants to put you on the ground, kidnap you, any scenario like this. Let's watch a couple of videos and see how do we handle it. So here's a scenario from India when we can see the attacker here, and he is going to simply pick up this woman here, probably in order to kidnap her. So you can see how he simply picks her up with a bear hug from the back. Here we have another video, pretty similar, when you can see a guy picking our woman from the back. She's trying to fight back without too much of success. And here we can see a scenario that happening in a jail when one of the security guards get attacked and is being bear hugged from the front all the way to the ground, continuing with a mount and punches till the other security guards are coming to separate. So bear hug, we have to separate bear hugs, guys, again for 2 different categories. One, when you understand you're being bear hugged, and when you're simply surprised from the back and you're not able basically to prepare yourself. So here our first technique, we're in a fight, so we both understand something is going on, then I'm missing one punch, for example, and I'm being bear hugged. So pay attention what I do from here. Whoa! Okay, what I did here is, first of all, most important, making sure he's not picking me up. Leo can easily pick me up, as you can see, but what I do is I use my central gravity, and now Leo is gonna try to pick me up, he's gonna have a harder time. And what I do is basically simply go with attacks. So, hands are going here. If the hands are taken, for example, I can even use them to grab from the inside and then go to the groin, boom, So simply central gravity down right away, grab his hands and continue with attacks. The second category is when you actually do not understand you're being attacked and you're simply surprised, for example, from the back, and you're already in the air. Here, trying to use your central gravity is not gonna work. What I have to do, is to create a lock and to attack from there. What the lock is helping me with is the attacker is not able to keep walking. Leo, you're gonna bear hug me. And from here you can see that I'm locking his foot, which he's not able to keep stepping. Let's do it from another angle. I am wrapping with one leg and with the other leg putting pressure on the knee. Here, thanks to this that I'm anchored to him, I can also move my body and attack. The other leg is ready to go to the ground, and I'm continuing with my own attacks. And this is, guys, going to be exactly the same if he's picking me up from the front, for example. I have to wrap the leg. Here I have knees, I have hands, but most important is to wrap the leg so he's not able to drag you, kidnap you wherever he wants, and you take the control back. He's gonna put you back on the ground, continue with your own attacks. So to conclude bear hugs, guys, 2 different sort of bear hugs. One, you're in the middle of a fight or you were able to pay attention. The guy's bear hugging you, put your central weight down and continue with attacks. Second one, you're surprised or you suddenly simply find yourself in the air. So we have the concept of wrapping his leg, creating a lock on his foot, attacking, basically making him not able to carry you whatever he wants and taking control of the situation. Thank you guys for joining our Krav Maga class. You guys can stay tuned and check out our Facebook and YouTube page and learn more Krav Maga tips and lessons. Thank you. Hey guys, On Malou here. After watching and analyzing over 100 real-life scenarios caught on tape, we decided to go over all those videos, analyze them, and find for you the 8 most common scenarios in a street fight. We came to the conclusion that if you're gonna learn and master all those 8 scenarios, you have a high chance to be able to defend yourself in a real street fight. The most common choke in a street fight is definitely a headlock. From the side, from the back. Let's watch a couple of videos about it. So here you can see a scenario. 2 people are to rob one of the guys, and you can see he is caught now in a headlock when the other guy is robbing him and taking his watch, his Rolex. He's trying to use his legs, but here now he's in a headlock on the ground. So main attack here is a headlock. Another scenario, when a guy's abusing a woman, you can see here how he's headlocking her. Headlock from the side. And another scenario caught on a security camera on the cab. You can see that the cab driver here is getting headlocked till he is losing air and consciousness. So we're starting with a headlock from the side. Leo is headlocking me. Boom. So a headlock can happen or out of nowhere when Leo just did, whoa. Or in a fight when Leo is punching me, boom, I may be moving back, and then, whoa, in the middle of the fight, the headlock is there. Okay, so what we have to understand is separating the headlock to 2 different scenarios. One, that I'm understanding I'm under attacked, which we can call it, I'm ready. I'm in a certain awareness level that I'm under danger. Second one, when out of nowhere, there's a headlock that comes from the back or from the side, and here I'm already caught in a headlock. So first we'll show you what happens if you're understanding you're under attack, and you can kind of see this headlock. For example, he is punching me. I understand there's a headlock. Only thing I do is put my chin down, and even if he's 1 or 2 hands, whoop, I'm already able to escape. And this works against headlock from the back as well. Here when my chin is down, whoop, all I do is I step and I'm outside. So that also works if you're being headlocked from the back, but you have to understand you're being headlocked. For example, we're in a fight, whoop, and suddenly, oop, you're here, up. So what I did is exactly the same technique from the back. When I'm understanding, there's a headlock coming, putting my chin down, and from here, because I have my chin down, I'm able to slide, use those hands, and take control of the situation. Really simple technique that you guys can use. Now you might ask yourself, well, what if I'm not aware of this? So we showed you just a technique before that. I'm getting headlocked, and I'm in the position, whoop. Only thing I did here is going with this motion first, stepping. I don't want to resist my attacker. Whoop, stepping, attacking. So most people, they're trying kind of to fight the headlock. Forget about it. Here you have air. Headlock from the side, you do not have to get air because he's simply putting pressure the back of your hand. So attacking, you're able to function here. Bring the other hand to the face if he has hair. It's great, explosive motion, and continue from there. If it's from the back, I will need to get air. So that we talked in previous episodes, how to create leverage on his thumb and put the chin. Continue from there to a headlock to the side. So to conclude, we showed you guys the most common choke in a street fight. Headlocks can be from the side or from the back. We showed you 2 techniques. What happens if you see them? Put the chin and slide out. And what if you're being surprised? Techniques from a headlock from the side and from the back. Attack the attacker or from the back, gather air and escape the scenario. Thank you guys for joining our Krav Maga class. You guys can stay tuned and check out our Facebook and YouTube page and learn more Krav Maga tips and lessons. Thank you. Hey guys, Onmalu here. After watching and analyzing over 100 real-life scenarios caught on tape, we decided to go over all those videos, analyze them, and find for you the 8 most common scenarios in a street fight. We came to the conclusion that if you're gonna learn and master all those 8 scenarios, you have a high chance to be able to defend yourself in a real street fight. In a street fight, you can see that sometimes there is more than one attacker involved. There's an argument maybe going on, and suddenly the friends or people from the street are joining the scenario. We have to be able to know a couple of basic concepts and techniques in order to be able to fight against more than one attacker. So let's watch a couple of the videos and cover them up. So as you're able to see here, we have a scenario happening outside when there are actually 3 people that are attacking 2 people. So you can see the guy here with the red shirt, for example, is moving backwards and trying to defend himself against those punches. Another scenario happened in a gas station where 2 guys are stealing a pack of beer. The employee is getting out of the gas station and trying to fight those 2 guys. And here you can see 2 attackers that are fighting against the employee. Here another scenario when you have 2 attackers with a baseball bat. Here's the first one, and here's his friend joining in with another baseball bat against this one person. As you can see, they're attacking him, simply throwing him off the balcony here. Multiple attackers. So here we have Leo, which is one attacker, in our bag, who is going to represent a second attacker. Just understanding those concepts real quick. If Leo and his friend here, the bag, are attacking me, of course the first thing I want to do is to catch some distance. But more important than the distance, if Leo is going to be attacking me from here, and I have the attacker who is attacking me from the back, I'm here in a very bad angle. So again, more important than the distance is actually the angle itself. If I'm moving backward, it's not simply enough to move backward when people are coming towards me. I want to grab an angle. I want to grab an angle telling this person to come down, and this person, I want to be able to kind of put him behind the attacker and get him stuck behind the attacker. Okay, so one more time. Leo, you're gonna be trying to attack me. Again, we don't have a real person today, so we have the bag representing another attacker, but just in order to understand the concept. 2 attackers coming towards me. I'm trying to fight, maybe attack one, maybe then attacking the other one, but pay attention, I'm always grabbing the angle or towards one attacker or towards the other. Always get close to one of them. Here, for example, I'm with Leo, so I'm going maybe to grab what I did. He punched me, so I dived in, I control. And here, I might have the attacker coming from here. I'm going to be using Leo. If he's gonna be coming from the other side, again, I'm gonna be using him as a human shield, maybe push him towards the attacker. Most important is to understand this concept of using one of the attacker as a human shield. Of course, it's not a game we're not going to be playing for too long, but only for a couple of seconds. He is attacking, we'll move towards him. Do not stay in between those attackers, which you're going to be in danger. Now, one more thing, guys, we have to understand that if one of those attackers, or 2 of them, have weapons, I'm gonna have to make a couple of calculations. For example, if Leo has a knife and this guy's with nothing, of course I'm gonna go first of all towards Leo that has the knife, which I want first of all to take care of the knife. Take the knife, maybe use the knife against them later on. If one of them simply has a stick and the other one nothing, or even a knife, I'm always gonna go on the long object, which is on the stick, then use the stick in order to defend myself with the range of the stick. That's going to provide me some advantage. So understanding first the idea of not staying in between those attackers, even if it's here, especially not here. Second of all, the aspect about creating angles. Leo's attacking me, I might use the one attacker, okay? Changing the angles from here to here, using him as a human shield, here, pushing him if needed, and trying to do your best. Of course, it's not easy. There's more than one attacker that is attacking you, but you should do your best to be able to defend yourself. Thank you guys for joining our Krav Maga class. You guys can stay tuned and check out our Facebook and YouTube page and learn more Krav Maga tips and lessons. Thank you. Hey guys, Owen Malul here. Today we're going to talk about the most common mistakes people do while learning or teaching self-defense. Okay guys, let's start from the beginning. When you have an attacker facing you and you're understanding you're being under attacked, you want to be as prepared as possible. Which means you want to put yourself in what we call a fighting stance. Right? There's an attacker coming. You're not going to be simply with your hands down. You want to cover most important parts, your face, your weak spots, in order to be able to defend yourself. What I still see out there, what people learn or teach self-defense, is a lot of the classic fighting stance that comes from boxing or all kind of martial arts, when their hands coming to protect the face on one hand, which is good, but on the other hand, when I do something like this, or even with open hands, what I basically psychologically transforming to my attacker is, come on man, let's fight, okay? Which is the first thing that I don't want necessarily always to invite my attacker to the fight. Sometimes I would actually want to play the victim. The second and the biggest mistakes while doing all kinds of these self-defense is I'm simply losing the element of surprise, which is the best moment for us to surprise the attacker, maybe kick, strike, and run away. When I'm doing something like this, he's understanding that maybe I know what I do, maybe I'm trained, and I'm going to react. He might change his actions. I might be recognizing that my attacker is going to give me kind of a swinging motions, but when I put my hands here, he might change the attack in the last moment and actually go with a kick, or if it's especially with a weapon, maybe a knife or something like this. If I'm gonna put my hands here, whoa, he might confuse me because he is understanding he's facing someone who is going to react. So instead of these kind of stance or even with open hands, what we would recommend is simply a very little change that makes a whole difference. From here to here. Psychologically, I'm gonna tell here the attacker, my friend, I don't want to fight, leave me alone. And on the other hand, I'm still protected. If he's attacking my face, I'm still prepared in order to defend and protect those weak spots. Okay, so very small change, guys, that makes a very big difference. Instead of these kind of fighting stance, put your hands close to each other. One more thing I want to talk about, the fighting stance, that if you already put your hands together towards the attacker and you're already telling him psychologically, man, I don't want to fight, better you put your hands close to each other. And the reason is, when my hands are open, he has two options. He can attack me, boom, towards the face, straight towards those weak spots, right, boom. Or it can come around, which in a real time situation, I'm gonna have to decide if to do an inside offense or maybe an outside offense. And when you're being attacked under stress and when the adrenaline is high, and when you're being attacked under real-time scenario, under stress and when the adrenaline is high, you want to be able to think as less as possible. These kind of fighting stance will give you two options, inside or maybe outside. When you put your hands together, your attacker will never try to attack you towards your face. He will never do something like as such. He will always come from around. Something else you could do with this kind of fighting stance is raise your hands a little bit here. While doing this, you're affecting psychologically on the attacker to attack you towards the lower body, towards the stomach, which means that I'm basically, just with my fighting stance, kind of controlling and directing the attacker to attack me wherever I want to. So it's not only in order to protect yourself, it could be only in order to influence the attacker and tell him, man, attack me towards the stomach. Oh, and I'm already ready for my next move.
To conclude, guys, we talked about fighting stance. They're not only here in order to be protected, also in order to create element of surprise. Instead of putting the hands here or here, put your hands here. Play the victim. Use the element of surprise to your advantage. We understood that in addition to that, with your own fighting stance, you can also influence the attacker to attack wherever you want him to attack and to influence him psychologically. This way, you're going to be able to be the most protected as possible and almost predict his next attack.
Thank you guys for joining our Krav Maga class. You guys can stay tuned and check out our Facebook and YouTube page and learn more Krav Maga tips and lessons. Thank you.
Hey guys, Owen Malul here. Today we're going to talk about the most common mistakes people do while learning or teaching self-defense. Let's talk about this common mistake called relying your defense too much on timing. What do I mean? Leo, you're gonna throw a punch. You're gonna throw a straight punch. Okay? So all of these moves, which can work in a ring when you're both professional fighters, for example, and you have a couple of opportunities, first of all, to learn your opponent, to learn his moves. Second of all, you're gonna have more than one opportunity to perform the defense. In a street fight, you have one opportunity to defend yourself and go home safe. Now, when he's gonna swing his hands towards my face, okay, doing all kinds of moves that are taken, for example, from boxing, which is a great competitive fighting sport, which can help us on one hand for the street fight, but on the other hand, this specific defense or a peeve against a straight punch would not necessarily work. The reason is that in a real-time scenario, your hands is the first thing that is reacting. Your palms is the first thing connected to your brain. When he's gonna throw the punch, whoa, that's what's gonna happen. You do not really know what to expect. If it's a right, left punch, choke, bear hug, kick to the groin, knife, gun. With those wide range of attacks he can pick, I cannot use timing only. For example, if he's going to punch me and I think he goes towards the face, but it actually goes down, I'm gonna perform a timing move, whoop, right? I'm in a problem. When it goes towards my face, up, could work. But if he changed the direction, oh, so I'm in a big problem. More than that if he's having a knife. And now I'm counting, for example, let's show you a very classic defense against a knife stab that comes down. So I could perform something that looks like this. But what happens if while I'm going to the side, he's going to change the direction. Instead of stabbing classic from down up, he's gonna give me an angle. Whoop! So I'm here in a very serious problem. One more common defense that we see out there is against a stub when I move. So again, one more time, I cannot rely on my timing because if I'm moving now and he's again changing the angle, as you were able to see now, I just got stabbed. Even though I performed a good timing, okay, he's getting too close to my body. So all those defense with timing, we have to understand, timing is essential and you're using timing in any defense, right? If he's stubbing up and the common defense I'm teaching, this one, if you do it in the wrong timing, you're in a problem. But on the other hand, what I rely on is also the defend with my hand, okay? The move that he's doing, it does not matter if he goes up now or if he's going down now. If I'm inside, I'm protected. So the timing here, whatever I'm going to do, when I'm diving in, performing a defense with a good timing, that will simply work. One more example so you guys will deeply understand. Leo, you're gonna punch to the face. One more time, this defense looks great. I'm redirecting, going diagonally forward. can perform a strike or a hit towards the groin, then I'm in control. So these could look a very great defense, but on the other hand, please ask yourself, when someone is punching you towards the face, would you move back as someone is being surprised? Or would you move forward? Okay? So that's right, we have a couple of techniques where you need to move forward because you have no other choice. Because you're able to understand what kind of attack he is doing. Whoa! But with this straight attack to the face, which is really quick, the only way a human being is going to react is moving backward. Moving diagonally forward with this technique will create a problem. And what if he's changing his attack and suddenly going with a swing? Whoop. So here I am, planning to use timing for one move. When he's changing his move, I'm finding myself in a bad position. To conclude, guys, relying your defense only on timing might be a problem. Timing is an essential component in fighting in general, but you cannot rely on it because you simply do not know what the attacker is going to perform. You need to have a move that will work against different sort of moves, what we call minimum defense against maximum attack, and think as less as possible as a defender. Thank you guys for joining our Krav Maga class. You guys can stay tuned and check out our Facebook and YouTube page and learn more Krav Maga tips and lessons. Thank you. We can divide. Rolling. So knife stabs. We can divide knife stabs. טוב, יאללה. One more common street attack, and one of the most dangerous are knife attacks. They're accessible, easy to carry, and create severe damage. Let's watch a couple of real-life videos caught on tape and see how can we handle knife attacks. Here we have a scenario from Israel when a woman is pulling out a knife from her bag and attacking a security guard. Another scenario happening in a room full of people when an attacker is getting into the room and starts stabbing the person towards the stomach till he falls to the ground and then stab him towards the back. You can see many people in the room, unfortunately, does not interrupt. Here we have another scenario in Israel when a terrorist pulls out a knife and tries to stab a couple of soldiers here. In a store, when the attacker gets into the store and perform an upper stab towards the upper body till the person falls to the ground. You can see how they're struggling. So here we have a known scenario in Israel that happened in a supermarket when a terrorist comes from the back and surprises the person with an upper stab. Multiple stabs, hard images to watch. Knife stabs. We can divide them to 3 parts. Let's start from the first one, an upper stab that goes towards the upper body, chest area. So as you guys saw, I performed a dive in with a wrap. Okay? Which we have to understand that in order to perform this kind of move, I have to be ready. That means I have to see the attacker. It's impossible when I'm talking to a person and a guy is attacking me that I'm going to perform with dive in. As you saw, I performed with another move, which called an instinct. So we have to understand that first of all, if I am ready for the guy, the best thing to do is to actually dive in. As much as it's against the instinct and against the nature to dive into an attack, this is the only way to really neutralize the end of the knife. And from here, even though the knife can touch me a little bit, I don't care because I'm neutralizing the hand with the knife. And here, if he's gonna pull me, boom, I'm anchored to him with those knees. One more time. You can try to pull the knife, boom, and I will go with a couple of knees, elbows,
hammers, boom, till the knife will be on the ground, and I'm gonna push the attacker. So first of all, understanding that if I see the attacker, the best thing to do is to kind of suicidal knife. I know I'm in trouble, even though it's against my nature, I want to control the attack. So we do have to address what happens if I'm not ready. That means the attacker is surprising me. Sometimes, yeah, I would get the first stab. There's no magic technique for that. But sometimes I'm going to be able to perform what we call an instinct, a very natural move. For example, Leo is talking with me behind his back, he's the attacker, and suddenly out of nowhere, whoa, he's attacking. So we can see that a human being's natural motions are always to do this kind of motions. If he's attacking with the other hand, boom, he's attacking from up, from down. So all those motions, which are instincts, we can take a person who is even not trained, and you'll see that he's going to defend against those swinging motions. So very similar to a punch. This move, as we spoke already, represent a punch, a slap, a knife stabs, battle of beer, hair grab, shirt grab, all those motions that comes from the outside in, okay, multiple attacks. Now we're addressing knife stabs. So if I'm not ready, the only thing I can do is first of all, to react with my own instincts, maybe try to create a better angle, okay, attack. So reacting with my instincts, attack, prefer maybe in other attacks, getting distance, running away if possible. But if it's not enough, and now he's going to stab, whoa, I will need again to go back to the diving, because this is the only way I'm gonna be able to completely neutralize. Only defending and attacking is okay, but he still has the knife. I'm gonna perform it again and again. If I'm in a closed room here, the attacker under adrenaline, I cannot 100% count on those punches, on those attacks to neutralize a person who is motivated with a knife. So we talked about knife stabs that comes from up all the way towards the upper body. We spoke about that if I'm able to see the attack, I want to dive in, and sometimes I'm going to be surprised. It's two different scenarios. Being surprised, I'm always gonna have to react with my own instinct. And maybe the second punch, I'm gonna be able to dive in and control the hand of the knife. Next episode, what we're gonna be addressing is more scenarios that comes an attack with a knife from the back, out of nowhere when I'm really not able to see the attacker, and another stab that comes from down towards the stomach area, lower body. We're gonna have to learn how to address this one. Stay tuned, see you. Thank you guys for joining our Krav Maga class. You guys can stay tuned and check out our Facebook and YouTube page and learn more Krav Maga tips and lessons. Thank you. Hey guys, On Malul here. After watching and analyzing over 100 real-life scenarios caught on tape, we decided to go over all those videos, analyze them, and find for you the 8 most common scenarios in a street fight. We came to the conclusion that if you're gonna learn and master all those 8 scenarios, you have a high chance to be able to defend yourself in a real street fight. One more common street attack, and one of the most dangerous, are knife attacks. They're accessible, easy to carry, and create severe damage. Let's watch a couple of real-life videos caught on tape and see how can we handle knife attacks. Here we have a scenario from Israel when a woman is pulling out a knife from her bag and attacking a security guard. Another scenario happening in a room full of people when an attacker is getting into the room and starts stabbing the person towards the stomach till he falls to the ground, and then stab him towards the back. You can see many people in the room. Unfortunately, does not interrupt. Here we have another scenario in Israel when a terrorist pulls out a knife and tries to stab a couple of soldiers here in a store. When the attacker gets into the store and perform an upper stab towards the upper body till the person falls to the ground. You can see how they're struggling. So here we have a known scenario in Israel that happened in a supermarket when a terrorist comes from the back and surprises the person with an upper stab.
multiple stabs, hard images to watch. Knife stabs. We can divide them to 3 parts. Let's start from the first one, an upper stab that goes towards the upper body, chest area. So as you guys saw, I performed a dive in with a wrap. Okay? Which we have to understand that in order to perform this kind of move, I have to be ready. That means I have to see the attacker. It's impossible when I'm talking to a person and a guy is attacking me that I'm going to perform with dive in. As you saw, I performed with another move, which called an instinct. So we have to understand that first of all, if I am ready for the guy, the best thing to do is to actually dive in. As much as it's against the instinct and against the nature to dive into an attack, this is the only way to really neutralize the end of the knife. And from here, even though the knife can touch me a little bit, I don't care because I'm neutralizing the hand with the knife. And here, if he's gonna pull me, boom, I'm anchored to him with those knees. One more time. You can try to pull and I will go with a couple of knees, elbows, hammers, boom, till the knife will be on the ground and I'm gonna push the attacker. So first of all, understanding that if I see the attacker, the best thing to do is to kind of suicidal knife. I know I'm in trouble, even though it's against my nature, I want to control the attack. So we do have to address what happens if I'm not ready. That means the attacker is surprising me. Sometimes, yeah, I would get the first stab. There's no magic technique for that. But sometimes I'm going to be able to perform what we call an instinct, a very natural move. For example, Leo is talking with me behind his back. He's the attacker and suddenly out of nowhere, whoa, he's attacking. So we can see that a human being's natural motions are always to do this kind of motions. If he's attacking with the other hand, boom, he's attacking from up, from down. So all those motions, which are instincts, we can take a person who's even not trained and you'll see that he's going to defend against those swinging motions. So very similar to a punch. This move, as we spoke already, represent a punch, a slap, a knife stabs, battle of beer, hair grab, shirt grab, all those motions that comes from the outside in, okay, multiple attacks. Now we're addressing knife stabs. So if I'm not ready, the only thing I can do is first of all, to react with my own instincts, maybe try to create a better angle, okay, attack. So reacting with my instincts, attack, prefer maybe in other attacks, getting distance, running away if possible. But if it's not enough, and now he's going to stab, whoa, I will need again to go back to the dive-in because this is the only way I'm gonna be able to completely neutralize. Only defending and attacking is okay, but he still has the knife. I'm gonna perform it again and again. If I'm in a closed room here, the attacker under adrenaline, I cannot 100% count on those punches, on those attacks to neutralize a person who is motivated with a knife. So we talked about knife stabs that comes from up all the way towards the upper body. We spoke about that if I'm able to see the attack, I want to dive in, and sometimes I'm going to be surprised. It's two different scenarios. Being surprised, I'm always gonna have to react with my own instinct. And maybe the second punch, I'm gonna be able to dive in and control the hand of the knife. Next episode, what we're gonna be addressing is more scenarios that comes an attack with a knife from the back, out of nowhere when I'm really not able to see the attacker, and another stab that comes from down towards the stomach area, lower body. We're gonna have to learn how to address this one. Stay tuned, see you.
Thank you guys for joining our Krav Maga class. You guys can stay tuned and check out our Facebook and YouTube page and learn more Krav Maga tips and lessons. Thank you. Hey guys, Onmalu here. After watching and analyzing over 100 real-life scenarios caught on tape, we decided to go over all those videos, analyze them, and find for you the 8 most common scenarios in a street fight.
We came to the conclusion that if you're gonna learn and master all those 8 scenarios, you have a high chance to be able to defend yourself in a real street fight. So after speaking and teaching you guys the 8 most common scenarios in a street fight and how to defend yourself, we're gonna go over all of these real quick. First of all, we spoke about punches. Punches are way far the most common attack in a street fight. We were able to see in our videos caught on tape at least 40–50% of the scenarios that are starting with a punch, with those swinging motions that goes towards the face. An argument is being developed, maybe pushing in the beginning, and then the sponge boom. So we talked about punches, defending yourself with an instinct. But if you're able to see the sponge coming, we also spoke about the dive in, because here you're neutralizing the hand of the knife. We spoke also about what happens if there are multiple attacks that comes to your face and you have to use both hands. You're able to defend yourself and attack with those legs. His stand is wide, go in between those legs. And of course, if needed as well, diving in is always great in order to neutralize the attacker. We spoke about what happened if you got a punch already towards the face and react with the natural instinct reaction moving back, and you need to dive in. Go over it and learn it step by step. The dive in with those elbows. Surprise the attacker, do the unexpected. Then we moved into what happens if you already got the punch or something, you simply got to the ground. Okay, here we spoke some about ground techniques. If he moves, try to reach you, try to use ground techniques and create angles from here. Attacking, if he comes from one side, turning with him, the other side. What happens if he's already on top of you, here on the side, maybe punching, choking you, boom, we spoke about a technique, boom, pushing him, standing up. All those scenarios that you're on the ground. 50% of the time, guys, in a street fight, if you do not react quick enough, you're gonna find yourself on the ground. Really important to know how to defend yourself. We then moved to headlocks. Many times in a fight, even if it starts with those punches, swinging motions, whoop, I'm moving on, and suddenly there is this headlock. Boom, boom. We spoke about the defend when he's headlocking you, going with the motion, attacking, grabbing a weak spot here, eyes, boom. We also spoke, what if you're able to see the headlock coming and simply putting your chin down. We also spoke about a back headlock in the same episode, that you have to be able to get air, put the chin, move on to the side headlock and continue from there. And of course, again, the same, this chin, if you're able to put the chin down, you're always able to escape on time. Now we're going to bear hugs. Bear hugs, very common attack. A person wants maybe to kidnap you, maybe to put you on the ground. We see it a lot happening on the street. We spoke about a bear hug from the back, that you can put your central body, attack, boom, getting out of the bear hug before he's lifting you, or if he already lifts you, whoop, to block his legs so he's not able to walk. And here, attack, boom, release him from the bear hug and continue from there. Now we're talking about hair grabs. What happens if the person pulls your hair? If you try to resist, we spoke about it, this is the last thing you want to do, because when he's pulling you and you're resisting, you're going to feel the pain, and this is when the damage is being created. You have to go with his motion, grabbing his own hand. He's pulling, come with him, becomes a part of his hold. One more time, the other hand. One, he's pulling, knee, hand, okay? So most important concept in hair grabs is to grab the hand the moment you can and go with the attacker. Even if he already pulled you the second time, you can grab, go with this motion, and perform counterattacks. Next, we have hand grabs. We haven't seen a lot of videos about it because it's simply, most of the time, not a dangerous scenario when someone comes in a club and simply holds your hand. But of course, it can escalate to a scenario of someone kidnapping, pulling you towards the car, something like this. Really common scenario on the street.
bars, clubs, we can see it a lot. So Leo is simply holding my hand. Important to understand that just pulling is not going to help, which is the common instinct. I have to use a technique going towards his thumb, grabbing and pulling. Same if he's going to hold me with two hands. So here I'm gonna be doing the same from up. His thumbs are up. I'm gonna go down. Simply, whatever hand is going to help me to hold me, I'm always going to do the same technique. Of course, if he's holding me and I feel in danger, I can attack and he's simply going to release it. But we have to understand how to use measurable force sometimes. And using the technique, someone is holding you in a restaurant or a club bar, you don't necessarily want to punch and escalate the scenario. This technique really important. Next, we have our knife attacks. Knives are accessible to everyone and easy to hide, very dangerous, can create a lot of damage. So we spoke first of all about an upper stab. If I'm able to dive in, control, that will be the best thing if I see the attacker. If I do not see the attacker, my only choice is going to be reacting with an instinct. Maybe before we cap it off, counterattack. Hope this is going to help. If it's not, he keeps coming towards me. Now, because I'm not surprised anymore, I'm able to dive in. We also spoke about what happened if you're being surprised from the back with a knife. First stab, you might get it. Second one, third one, you're trying to defend yourself the moment you can, and again, wrap. Okay, we were able to see people who have been attacked from the back and keep functioning. Then we spoke about a lower stab. All those common stabs that we see in a street fight. Lower stab towards the stomach. Again, you're able to dive in, great. You're wrapping, you're controlling, you're not able, you're surprised. Natural instinct is simply doing something like this, boom, trying to use your legs, trying to use push kicks. But if it still comes towards you, again, the dive in will be the best solution. And last one, what we spoke about are multiple attackers. Many times in a street fight, you can see that there is more than one attacker. His friends are coming in a bar, in a club, something is being developed, and then out of nowhere, the attacker is, oh, we spoke about that you have to be able to use one of them as a human shield, right? Use the good angle. If, for example, the bags are one attacker, and he's now on my left, so I'm gonna use Leo, boom, boom, I'm gonna push him. So most important to understand all those angles, not to stay in between the attackers. And if you can, one moment, whoa, use him as a human shield. Thank you guys for joining our Krav Maga class. You guys can stay tuned and check out our Facebook and YouTube page and learn more Krav Maga tips and lessons. Thank you.
Welcome to ILTV's Israel Daily. I'm Ladar Gravelazi, and coming up in today's newscast. The death toll continues to rise in Iran. Will the United States intervene? A new report reveals Israel came close to striking Iran twice in recent weeks. And the IDF reveals its new 5-year plan, here where the Army believes the next threat will come from. We open again with Iran, where the death toll from anti-government protests continues to rise dramatically. Demonstrators are looking to Washington for help as urgent consultations are taking place today at the White House over President Trump's promised response to the regime's deadly crackdown. The White House says diplomacy remains an option, but warns Tehran not to underestimate President Trump's readiness to use military force. More from ILTV's Steve Leibovitz.
The White House says that while President Trump prefers diplomacy, he is unafraid to use lethal force if necessary. The White House spokesperson said Iran is sending quite different messages to Washington in private than it's delivering publicly. A sign, she said, that the regime fully understands Trump's resolve and that the killing of protesters must stop.
Well, I think one thing President Trump is very good at is always keeping all of his options on the table. And airstrikes would be one of the many, many options that are on the table for the commander-in-chief. Diplomacy is always the first option for the president. He's told all of you last night that what you're hearing publicly from the Iranian regime is quite differently from the messages the administration is receiving privately. And I think the president has an interest in exploring those messages. However, with that said, the president has shown he's unafraid to use military options if and when he deems necessary, and nobody knows that better than Iran.
Inside the administration, the Wall Street Journal reports that Vice President J.D. Vance is leading a push to give diplomatic talks with Iran a chance before any military strike. However, U.S. officials say President Trump has not made a final decision and currently leans toward military action, with some scenarios including striking first and talking later. The debate comes as Iran's protests are in their third week, with human rights groups reporting 646 killed and more than 10,000 arrested. Despite the brutal crackdown, demonstrations, strikes, and civil disobedience continue across the country. Video from Iran show bodies in morgues and security forces flooding the streets. Reports say President Trump has asked for final plans and proposals with options including diplomacy, economic pressure, and direct military action, including airstrikes. Adding to the pressure, Trump announced that any country doing business with Iran will face 25% tariff on trade with the United States. Iranian officials have been organizing and attending mass pro-government rallies and claim that public support remains on their side. The officials say they are fully prepared for war if intervened with, even as Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi has reached out to U.S. envoys.
ما خواهان جنگ نیستیم ولی برای جنگ آمادگی کامل داریم. در این حال همونطور که بارها گفتم ما برای مذاکره هم آمادگی داریم.
Israeli sources warn that Iran's offer of talks may be a trap designed to delay an American strike. In Israel, officials believe President Trump is serious about military action and are preparing for the possibility of a broader regional conflict. Prime Minister Netanyahu has held security consultations while Israel publicly maintains a low profile and leaves leadership to Washington.
And in an explosive interview, a former top military intelligence official says that since the mass uprising in Iran began, Israel has come close to taking military action against the region on more than one occasion. Our correspondent Alec Pollard reports.
As the mass uprisings in Iran continue to push the regime to the absolute brink, all scenarios are on the table, and one of those is an Israeli strike on Iran. According to the former Directorate of the Military Intelligence, Tamir Heyman, such a strike almost occurred already, not once, but twice. In an interview for Israeli radio, Heyman said Iran's preparations for their own attack created a coordination imperative between Israel and the United States, although recent near escalations were the result of miscalculation risks, which in turn strengthened military cooperation between the IDF and U.S. forces. He said an American influence operation is already underway, and this could develop into a military operation, depending on how things pan out in Iran, because there is the possibility of it going in the other direction. President Trump said on Monday that Iran reached out to the U.S. to renegotiate the nuclear deal, claiming Tehran were, quote, tired of being beaten up by the United States and want to negotiate. This could be the only option Iran has to ease their economic woes, compounded by U.S. sanctions. But the less diplomatic pathway is still on the table. According to Heyman, there are two scenarios Israel should consider. If the U.S. conducts only a symbolic strike and Iran attacks, Israel should not contain it and respond. But if Washington mounts a heavy strike and Israel's added value is marginal, Israel should act wisely, meaning not respond. So as we see a lot of drama behind closed doors as all of this unfolds, what's for certain is that the IDF is on high alert for any surprises that could come out of Tehran, as all eyes remain on Iran, watching very closely.
And as the regime intensifies its crackdown on protesters in Iran, Iranians around the world are taking to the streets, demanding change and urging the international community to act. From London to Paris, Washington to Germany, demonstrations are growing louder by the day. Here's a look at how the Iranian diaspora is making its voice heard. India Naftali reports.
Yes, Lidar, we are seeing protesters gathered outside the Iranian embassy in London, voicing support for demonstrators back home as Iran enters another week of deadly unrest. Chanting anti-government slogans and waving flags, members of the Iranian diaspora called on the international community to act, saying communications with their families inside Iran have been cut and the situation on the ground is rapidly deteriorating.
Iranian people are hostage by a terrorist government for over 75 hours now, and we are disconnected from our loved families and from our sisters and brothers inside Iran, which we know that at the moment they are getting massacred and killed by these terrorists, by machine guns. And we want the world to hear our voice and help us.
Similar scenes are playing out in other parts of the world. In Paris, hundreds marched near the Eiffel Tower, holding signs reading "Free Iran" and burning images of Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei.
Donc on est face à un régime barbare et sauvage qui veut massacrer sa population à huis clos.
In Washington, protesters rallied in front of the White House, calling for international support and chanting against Iran's leadership.
Hundreds of Iranian Americans have come from all over the United States right here in front of the White House to tell the world that the people of Iran want change. Now is the time to stand on the side of the people of Iran for their freedom.
And in Germany, members of the Iranian diaspora held their own demonstrations, saying they hoped international pressure could help bring the end to the current regime. As demonstrations continue into their third week, Tehran has threatened retaliation against U.S. military bases and Israel if foreign powers intervene. President Donald Trump has repeatedly warned that the United States could take action if the regime continues to use deadly force against civilians. For Iranians abroad, from London to Paris, Washington to Germany, the message remains urgent, a call for the world to not look away as protesters at home face a crackdown with no end in sight.
Thank you, India, for the report. And what's also interesting to note is the lack of protests from the Free Palestine protesters, those who for the past 2 years have claimed they care so deeply about human rights. And yet now, when innocent civilians are being killed in the streets, they remain silent. It seems they only protest against Israel. Any other country where real human rights atrocities occur? Crickets. And joining us now with more on the latest developments in Iran and the possibility of U.S. intervention is Jason Brodsky, Policy Director at United Against Nuclear Iran. Jason, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
So estimates now say that over 12,000 Iranians have been shot by the regime. The number, of course, is likely much higher. And with each passing day that the United States does not intervene, this likely and unfortunately means more bodies will pile up. So what are the considerations in the White House regarding intervention? And, after issuing the threat, why is President Trump not acting?
Well, it's great to be with you. I think that the United States has a lot of options to employ against the Iranian regime to protect and support the Iranian people, where there are diplomatic, economic, military, and informational as well. So there are all these tools that we have in the toolbox, and I think the key is to synchronize them in a way for maximum impact. And I do suspect that we will see tangible actions being rolled out as this week goes on. We've already seen the president issue a new tariff for all countries doing business with Iran. And so I think that we'll be seeing more steps in the coming days. I believe the United States needs a multi-pronged effort, one that is concentrated on cyber attacks against the Islamic Republic suppressive apparatus, targeted military strikes against suppressive apparatus forces as well. We also need economic sanctions to be employed, particularly against Iran's supreme leader personally, his son, and others pursuant to the Massa Act and the Magnitsky Act authorities that Western countries have. There should also be diplomatic isolation employed by the European governments to isolate the regime throughout the world and downgrade their respective diplomatic ties. So there are a lot of options here, but I think the United States needs to lead a coalition of countries to synchronize them and to get them rolled out for maximum impact.
Mm-hmm. The Iranian people are openly calling for the United States to intervene here and to help them. Now, Israel has also thought of striking twice in recent weeks, according to reports, but has held off. The reason some critics believe is that foreign intervention could actually undermine the legitimacy of the protest movement inside Iran. Is that actually a valid concern?
No, I don't think it's a valid concern. That's an outdated and faulty assumption. I think that regime sympathizers have really tried to promote this line for years, and unfortunately, as a result, I see some U.S. policymakers and others echoing it. This is something that the Iranian people have been asking for. They've been asking for U.S. Support, and so I think that we have to listen to their voices on the ground, and we have to also be aware that recall during the 12-day war. There were warnings that if the United States injected itself militarily, there would be a rally around the flag effect. That didn't really last. So I think we have to apply that to this situation as well.
And now here in Israel, Jerusalem is watching the events unfold in Iran very closely, especially given the nuclear threat and the ballistic missile threat. How does the internal unrest intersect with, the nuclear issue? Does the regime become more dangerous externally as it grows weaker internally?
I think that there is a concern that the regime could lash out externally to deflect pressure that it's facing. Let's not forget, during the last cycle of protests, the Masa Amini protests, in 2022 to 2023, the U.S. And Saudi Arabia received intelligence that the Iranian regime was thinking of striking Saudi Arabia in response to the protests. So that is a very real concern, and I think Israel does have to be on heightened alert.
Mm-hmm. And you mentioned sort of the role that the international community should be playing right now. What are we seeing as of now from Western governments? Are they doing enough to support the Iranian people?
Not at the moment at all. I think Western governments need to move beyond tweets and statements. Those are necessary, but certainly woefully insufficient. As I stated earlier, there are a series of options and tools that Western countries have to hold the Iranian regime accountable. Now, they know about those tools, believe me. I think it's just a question of political will, and the time has come for the West to recognize that this regime is completely illegitimate. And I think we're starting to see that. The German chancellor made some very striking statements today suggesting that the regime could fall within days or weeks. That's a very dramatic statement for the German chancellor to make. He said that the regime has no legitimacy, and so let him put his mouth where his money is, and for them to actually roll out tangible steps to isolate and pressure the Iranian regime while supporting the Iranian people.
Mm-hmm. And if the goal is indeed a free Iran, a safer region, what should Washington and Jerusalem be doing more of? You mentioned that at the beginning, but also what should they avoid doing?
I think Washington should avoid getting trapped in a negotiating process with the Iranian regime at this time. I think the worst thing the U.S. could do is to have a diplomatic meeting with Iran's foreign minister at this moment, because it would be considered an external intervention at a time when the Iranian people are trying to dislodge the Islamic Republic. And that would be a disaster in my view. It would send a terrible message for the United States. And we should be declaring that the days of diplomacy with the Islamic Republic are over, because there is no prospect for a durable diplomatic understanding with this regime as long as it's in power.
Absolutely. So critical days ahead. Jason Brodsky, thank you so much for your analysis today.
Thank you.
Imagine earning your master's degree on top of Mount Carmel, where forest meets sea and where every day brings a new cultural, academic, and personal adventure. This is Multi Experience at U Haifa International. Here, students from around the world live and learn together in Israel's most culturally diverse city, meeting new people, discovering new perspectives, and shaping their own Israel experience.
There's people from different countries, from different religions and different languages. Somehow we are all very similar.
At U Haifa, academics meet real life. You don't just study, you experience Israel up close. Explore Haifa's mountain, ocean, sea lifestyle and build global friendships that last a lifetime.
It's not just a degree, it's an experience. It opens your mind, your network, and your world.
U Haifa International. Master your mind. Live your Israel experience.
And an anti-Hamas Palestinian militia in Gaza is claiming responsibility for the close-range killing of a senior Hamas police official in Khan Yunis, a move that highlights growing internal violence and open defiance of Hamas rule inside the Strip. ILTV's Steve Leibovitz has the story.
The anti-Hamas militia leader, Hussam al-Astal, said his counterterrorism strike force killed Mahmoud al-Astal, identified by Hamas as the head of the investigations department in the Khan Yunis police. The surname al-Astal is common in that part of Gaza. According to Hamas, the officer was shot dead near his home in the Al-Mawasi area of southern Gaza. Hamas initially blamed Israel's Shin Bet.
لا يوجد وقف لإطلاق النار، هذا كذب ومهزلة. العدو بين الفينة والأخرى يخترق وقف إطلاق النار، ومتى رأى هدفا سانحا يعني يغتال الذي يريده ويقتل من يريد ويتتبع من يريد.
In a video released after the killing, Hussam al-Astal displayed firearms he said were taken from the dead officer and accused him of torturing, abusing, and killing Palestinian civilians while enforcing Hamas rule. The militia leader claimed the officer was responsible for systematic torture during interrogations and for spreading fear among Gaza residents. Al-Astal issued a direct threat to Hamas members and collaborators, saying, quote, anyone who works with Hamas, death is coming to you. He called on Gazans to abandon Hamas and move into areas controlled by his militia near Khan Yunis, promising security and eventual rehabilitation. The group said it stepped up operations in recent days, claiming last week it had killed 2 Hamas gunmen. Hamas labels anti-Hamas militias as Israeli-backed occupation agents and has targeted their leadership. The latest killing and public acknowledgement by the militia underscores deepening cracks within Gaza and a growing public challenge to Hamas authority from inside the Strip itself.
And Chief of Staff Eyal Zamir is finalizing a new 5-year multi-year plan designed to rebuild the army, fix what broke on October 7th, and prepare for the next war, which the IDF assumes will come without warning and on multiple fronts. ILTV's Devo Klein has more.
The plan is called Hosen, the breastplate, and its message is back to basics, back to people, and back to war readiness. The IDF's new multi-year plan for 2026 through 2030 is being built directly on the lessons of October 7th and the war that followed. The plan defines 12 core missions, each led by a major general, meant to restore Israel's military edge and prepare for a potentially dangerous future. At the center of the plan, people. The IDF is recognizing that its greatest weakness and greatest strength is manpower, regular forces, reservists, commanders, and career officers, after years of strain, exhaustion, and sacrifice. After 2 years of continuous fighting, the IDF is also ordered to rebuild, restoring weapon stocks, platforms, infrastructure, and training, without lowering alert levels along the borders. Border defense itself is a core mission, preventing enemy buildups near Israel's borders, stopping infiltrations, and responding immediately to any attack on every border, on every front. The plan puts heavy emphasis on air defense and rocket threats, the, quote, third circle and long-range enemies, with Iran identified as the primary strategic challenge. The message from the General of Staff is clear. The next war will be faster, wider, and more complex, and the IDF cannot afford to learn its lessons during the fight. Implementation is expected to begin in the spring permit as the Army continues operations and prepares for what it believes is not a question of if, but when the next war will come.
And today we once again have the pleasure of hearing from Yael Eckstein, president of the International Fellowship of Christians and Jews, as she brings us the latest highlights and inspiring updates from the fellowship's ongoing work.
Shalom. Shalom from here in Israel, and here are 2 fellowship projects that you should know about this week. Number 1, meet Galina, an incredible Jewish woman who's 96 years old and still lives in the same small village in Ukraine that she was born and raised in. This month, the fellowship went and delivered to Galina not only a food box, but we delivered her warm clothing, blankets, medicine, everything she needs to survive the winter. Suddenly, she sits alone in her home in Ukraine, but she feels the warmth and glory of God, that everyone is connected and that we are there to care for her. Number 2, the fellowship staff recently went to Leket, which saves produce from the fields of Israel and distributes it to the poor. The fellowship partners with Leket to provide soups to the elderly during the winter that we make from these rescued vegetables, and we even provided them with a new truck. This week we went to Kiryat Shmona, which is on Israel's northernmost border. As we pulled up, the elderly, the families came, people took food to bring back to their homebound neighbors. That not only is the fellowship feeding the hungry, but we are enabling others in these most far-off, poor, war-torn cities to create community and to support each other. Well, there you have it, 2 projects out of so many of the fellowship that you are part of. Join me next week to learn more about the work of the fellowship on the ground. Shalom.
And Israel is in the midst of an extreme weather event this morning as stormy conditions continue to batter large parts of the country. The Israel Meteorological Service issued a rare red alert warning of dangerous conditions from a powerful storm that began overnight and is expected to continue through the evening. Heavy rain and unusually strong winds reaching up to 110 kilometers an hour along the coast have caused flooding in multiple areas, including the Jerusalem region, Route 90 toward Eilat, Netanya, the Judean Desert, and the Dead Sea area. Several people were rescued after their vehicles became stranded in high water. Emergency crews also treated a number of individuals for light injuries caused by a falling tree and branches and objects dislodged by intense winds. Thunderstorms and heavy rain continue in northern and central Israel, while snow has been reported on Mount Hermon and in the northern Golan Heights. Flights to and from Haifa's airport were canceled for the day, with some flights diverted to Ben Gurion Airport due to the strong winds. Authorities are urging the public to avoid non-essential travel, stay away from flooded areas and the coastline, and be alert to flying debris. Officials say the worst conditions are expected to ease later tonight, with weather improving gradually through tomorrow. And with that, let's take a look at the weather forecast. Cloudy skies and rain showers are expected around most of the country tonight, with temperatures reaching lows of 10 degrees Celsius or 51 degrees Fahrenheit. Then tomorrow we'll see partly rain showers alongside steady temperatures with highs of 16 degrees Celsius or 60 degrees Fahrenheit. And that's a wrap for today's news. For the latest updates from Israel on all your devices, be sure to follow our ILTV channels and keep up with us on social media. That's at ILTV_Israel on all platforms. Stay informed with the latest news straight from the heart of Israel. I'm Ladar Gavelazi. Be well, and thank you so much for watching.
I want to talk about the rise of, on one side, isolationism in the U.S. and on the other side, this Mamdaniism.
The rise of Mamdani was a reaction to Trump being elected and some of the policies that were implemented on the federal level before it was an Israel thing. When Trump got elected, he not only bring his own views into the mix. When we talk about a bipartisan system, he brought a whole spectrum of right-wing ideas along with him, with the Republican Party coming to power. There's a lot of focus on Israel by a Tucker Carlson or a Candace Owens because the U.S.-Israeli relationship is strong and probably as strong as it was than ever before.
We are living in a time where media and politics have become increasingly toxic and where the ability to engage in nuanced discussion feels almost non-existent. Too often, voices are silenced simply for disagreement, selective outrage replaces moral clarity, and headlines are prioritized over honest, thoughtful conversation. Activists and commentators elevate their preferred camps, and in doing so, we have become a world that stops listening to the people most affected by the decisions that are being made. Here at Off the Record, we aim to push past slogans and sound bites, welcome real debate and dialogue, and refuse to ignore voices that do not fit neatly into our preferred narratives. I'm Zina Rachamilova. Let's get into it. Over the years, we've been told that fewer Americans support Israel, that younger generations hold increasingly negative views, and that bipartisan consensus is eroding. With growing influence of voices on both the woke right and the woke left, it has become increasingly difficult to predict what this relationship will look like under the next American administration. These trends have only intensified in the wake of the war between Israel and Hamas in Gaza. A 2025 Quinnipiac survey found that 50% of registered voters now believe Israel is carrying out a genocide in Gaza, the highest figure recorded to date. The majority of Democrats now appear to sympathize more with Palestinians than Israelis, while younger Republicans are also reassessing their views on Israel. The reality is that both Israel and the United States have changed. What once felt like a durable bipartisan relationship no longer appears as stable, particularly as political attitudes shift in both countries and as foreign influence campaigns actively work to plant doubt about Israel among influential figures on both the left and the right. So what does this relationship look like going forward, and what forces are shaping its future? Here to discuss all of this with us today is Or Shaked. Or is the U.S. correspondent for Israel Hayom, Israel's most widely read daily newspaper. He previously served as the policy advisor at Israel's permanent mission to the United Nations and a protocol assistant at Israel's Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Early in his career, he served as a Jewish Agency Israel Fellow to Hillel at Virginia Tech. He holds a master's degree in management and public policy and a BA in international relations and business management, both from the Hebrew University of Jerusalem. Oh, thank you so much for being with us here today on Off the Record.
It's a pleasure being here, Zina. Thanks for having me.
So I want you to start off by telling us a little bit about yourself.
Sure. So my name is Or Shaked. I'm 36, originally from the city of Rishon LeZion, which just happens to be where we're at right now. If you mentioned some of my credentials, and if you had to kind of like wrap it up in one sentence, I'm a true passionate advocate for Israel and the Jewish people that has manifested itself in a lot of my capacities over the years, and in a sense, in my professional role right now, I serve as the U.S. correspondent for Israel Hayom, which, as you mentioned, is Israel's most widely distributed newspaper, where I cover a wide array of issues that pertain to the U.S. and U.S.-Israel affairs. Of course, the war is a big one, but also domestic trends within the U.S. And how some of the social and political shifts affect the U.S.-Israeli relations as well, White House affairs and international affairs for the U.S. As well. If we're talking about, as an example, the recent interference in Venezuela and the capture of Juan Nicolas Maduro. So I really cover a wide array of issues, and I also live in the U.S. I've been living there for the past 5 years, which gives me not just a professional perspective, but also a personal one.
Amazing. So you sound like the perfect person to unpack the conversation we're trying to have today. I want to first begin by asking you about October 7th, which I think changed everything for all of us, both in Israel and Israelis and Jews in the diaspora. Can you walk us through where you were, what was happening, what was going through your mind before we get into the actual coverage of having to work and cover that war within the U.S.?
Sure. So at the time, I was still serving in my capacity as a policy advisor at Israel's permanent mission to the UN. I can go on a whole spiel on how my role significantly changed afterwards. But on the personal level, I mean, I was living with my wife on the Upper West Side at the time, a very Jewish neighborhood. We were just, doing our Simchat Torah / Shabbat dinner. And around, 11 or 11:30, we started getting some push notifications about rockets that are coming in from Gaza to southern Israel. Honestly, I didn't really think much of it. There's been a trickle of rockets every now and then for an extended period of time before that. So I kind of decided to go on my business as usual. We had a very nice time at that Shabbat dinner. We went home. I get up the day after around 6 in the morning, which would be 1 p.m. Israel time on October 7th. And I was really, jarred and shocked. My wife was as well once I woke her up to the news, trying to make sense of what was happening. I mean, in our generation, there hasn't been anything like that in that scale, not of civilian casualties. And I remember being glued to the TV along with my wife and just we were just shocked by the sheer death and destruction that we started seeing on television, and kibbutzim being captured and so forth. And I remember the broadcaster saying 100, 200, 300, 500 casualties, and it was just unbelievable, unfathomable. It was just a very awful time to be physically removed from Israel but still bearing witness to the carnage that was happening.
So I think for all of us in Israel, October 7th in itself was a terrible, terrible day for all the reasons that you just talked about. But I think for every single Jewish person outside of Israel, October 8th was equally as traumatic, because we saw the reaction of people who initially we thought, okay, at the very least, people will finally see what Hamas actually is, and they'll finally understand the real existential threat that Israel is dealing with. And instead, we saw celebrations on the streets of New York, the street that is one of the most Jewish city across the U.S., across the world, actually. And this is what people were subjected to who were living outside of Israel. So we know that these individuals who celebrated our murder were happy and were, ecstatic and advocating for Hamas and were celebrating the fact that they kidnapped hostages. But I want to ask you, what was the general sentiment you think across Americans in general? Like we can hopefully say that this was confined to a group of individuals who already hated Israel, already hated Jews. Were Americans at large, people who you were speaking to, surprised by what was going on? Were their reactions similar to yours?
Well, at first there was, an utter shock by the wider community, at least, the people that I consider my friends and, obviously Jews, but also non-Jews. I remember getting tons of text messages kind of conveying, a level of condolences on a national level, which again is not really something that I experienced before. But at the same time, and we can talk about October 8th. To be honest, most of the time I was, as I mentioned, really glued to the television that weekend, so I didn't really venture out at that time. But by the way, as a member of the diplomatic cohort, we were basically instructed not to leave the house and especially for an extended period of time, by the way, for 2 or 3 months, not to go to Jewish gatherings, and I remember I had my nephew's bar mitzvah that I had to politely say, hey, the Israeli security personnel does not allow me to go. And this is the type of shock and fear that many of us serving Israel at the time had to face. I can tell you that walking the streets of New York, and specifically the Upper West Side, which, as I mentioned, is a very Jewish neighborhood, was a very disturbing situation. I mean, I remember a specific case where there were a bunch of hostage signs being hung up and plastered on some walls. We went to get dinner that night, and 40 minutes later, by the time that we got back, the sign has already been ripped off. And there was a whole movie about it that recently came out. But that just goes to show that even among the Upper West Side and places where it's predominantly the Jewish community living in, you had a lot of people that were hostile to Israel. I remember as I was walking by next to one of the streets next to my house, next to my home, there was a specific sign of it was kind of like an as a Jew kind of like situation. How do you not see the Holocaust that was happening? Which of course is a huge skewed misrepresentation of anything that had to do with our affairs in Gaza. And I just remember thinking to myself, how do you have the guts, the chutzpah to come by and have kind of like a moral superiority situation where you say, oh, I'm the minority of Jews that understand the situation very well. I mean, it was very disheartening, and it was very disappointing, to be honest. So I mean, there was a divergence of opinions both from Jews and non-Jews, and we were kind of like in that space, let alone in other spaces that are not the Upper West Side or other places that are predominantly Jewish, like Midtown East, for example, where I was working, where anti-Israel signs were plastered all over the place, protests all over the place. It just became a very different, a very hostile environment to live in.
Yeah, you talk about this stuff, and I remember this story about a month after October 7th, where this American, I was at a Shabbat dinner, and this American who had just moved to Israel a month after the war, and I was like, wow, what a time for you to move here, in the peak of such a tragic time. And he had said that when he landed, and when he made Aliyah and landed to Israel at Ben Gurion Airport, and he saw all the hostage posters, he said he was relieved. And I said, relieved? What kind of reaction is that? Relieved to see hostage posters? And he said, I was relieved that none of them were ripped. And that really broke my heart. It really broke my heart I can't imagine. I mean, I grew up outside of Israel, so I understand the experiences of a lot of diaspora Jews, but specifically after October 7th, to live in a place where hostage posters would be ripped like that, it must have been awful for so many people, which is why I think October 8th and everything that happened was its own front of the war for Jews living outside of Israel. I want to talk about the U.S.-Israel relationship, because we know that a strong U.S.-Israel relationship means a strong and safer Israel. And I want to ask you, based on your now several years of coverage for Israel Hayom, what have you seen that's changed in the last couple of years with how Americans at large are responding to Israel, responding to the war? We know that there's been a major shift in public attitude towards Israel. And so where do you see things turning to?
So we need to make a separation between two different routes as it pertains to U.S.-Israeli relations. Of course, it's no secret that the current administration is very, warm toward Israel. I mean, you saw it very concretely, and, it was very evident during the recent meeting of Prime Minister Netanyahu with President Trump, where he was kind of like bringing more and more praises toward the president toward the prime minister. Of course, it's a two-way street. There's a lot of appreciation between the two leaders and between the administration and the government as a whole. So that's what we have on the governmental level. At the same time, if you look at just ordinary Americans that were polled consistently by major polling groups in over the past couple of years, the support for Israel's cause in the war, of which of course contains the most noble cause of saving the remaining hostages that were there, and the one that is still there, Ron Vili, is diminishing. And not only is the support for the war diminishing, the support for Israel as a whole and its relationship with the U.S. is diminishing. A recent poll by, I believe it was Quinnipiac from late August, and a parallel one that was conducted by Harvard Harris says that 50% of people, 50% of Americans believe that Israel committed genocide in Gaza. Now, that is a very disturbing statistic. I was very alarmed personally when I heard that.
Why do you think that is? What is it the endless media coverage of what's happening in Gaza? Is it Israel's messaging? And in my opinion, its inability to explain its position in this war. Why do you think that there's such a major shift? Is it foreign interference? Even what is going on?
It's all of these things combined. If you look at the coverage of traditional media, and of course the ones that are considered reputable, the New York Times, MSNBC, ABC, I can go on and on listing all of the American outlets that I've been following very closely. I mean, they, have a very... To much extent, with few exceptions, I think, for example, of Jake Tapper, that really brought the plight of the hostages on air because of his personal connect. I believe that he's Jewish. So because there was a particular sentiment there, he was able to bring a more nuanced perspective. But broadly speaking, the more the war went on, it was less and less about the hostages and more about the suffering in Gaza. And it was very a one-sided view, while using all sorts of, biased human rights report by Human Rights Watch, by Amnesty, by the UN. And don't forget that a lot of the figures that the UN presented at face value, which were then parroted by the mainstream media, were figures by Hamas, and we still don't know the numbers. There's so much dust still in the air for us to know precisely who was a combatant or not. I mean, we have our own estimations of the ratio. Even as it stands right now, the ratio is, probably the best in urban warfare, or in the history of urban warfare. And don't take my word for it. John Spencer, who is the chair of urban warfare studies at West Point, says that, and many other experts. So you have the professionals that actually understand the nuances and the complexities of operating underground, and then you have the traditional media that are stating very one-sided narratives. And then, of course, social media comes into play. We recently had former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton come to our summit, our inaugural summit in New York, and she basically said what everybody knows to be true, that platforms like TikTok have skewed and biased algorithms with intent or otherwise. I guess that it's still being researched, that basically show, the suffering of Palestinians more than the suffering of Israelis. And the human reaction to it is natural. What is not natural is the algorithms that are pushing this narrative in a way that doesn't really reflect the realities on the ground. And I think that when you combine that and the traditional media's response, unfortunately, I'm very sad to say that lackluster response by Israel of people that are dedicated and skilled at appearing on social media and traditional media and representing our case. This is kind of like the results that we come to, and I assume that we're going to get to military aid eventually. 46%, according to a November poll by the Yale Youth Group, says that 46% of young people aged 18 to 29 think that Israel should stop getting military aid altogether. And young people is really at the focus here, because politicians ultimately listen to their constituents. And if these young people would retain these opinions, that this could very well be a danger to Israel and U.S.-Israeli relations in the long run.
So yeah, I actually did want to ask you this other question, which we'll get to, I guess, after, but you draw on something that I do want to talk about, which is the benefits of a U.S.-Israel relationship. I think most younger Americans are struggling to really understand what having this type of relationship with Israel really does for America, and are looking at it a little bit more as if it's a liability. So can you explain the the U.S.-Israel relationship and what the U.S. specifically gets out of it that benefits them?
Sure. I mean, the military cooperation, I want to refer to it more as a cooperation rather than aid, because it's not really a handout. It's been going on for, decades now, and it's something that has been a key part of the U.S.-Israeli relationship, because by having not just Israel that is surviving, but an Israel that is thriving, it also serves the U.S. interest in the region. And just to give you a few concrete examples of why that is the case, a lot of the aid that is being provided by the U.S. to Israel really benefits the development of American industries, and you have jobs that are being made as a result of the expansion of these industries. But even on the less instrumental level, when you really look at the intelligence sharing, there was a certain Air Force chief that recently stated that if the U.S. had to gather intelligence that Israel provides to the U.S., then we would need 5 CIAs. And I think that really proves the point that this is really not a one-way street. This is something that is beneficial. I know that there are countless American lives that have been saved thanks to this intelligence and thanks to our operations in the region. And it's something that young people need to better understand when we talk about this kind of dynamic.
Okay, well, do you by any chance think that Israel might be better off if it found a way to divorce itself from U.S. military aid dependency?
Well, divorce is a pretty harsh term, both in life itself and in this context, because again, we don't want to kind of say it's an all or nothing situation, because it doesn't have to be. I mean, there's a spectrum. The aid of America to Israel, went higher, as time went on, because it was a mutually benefiting dynamic. So I don't think that we should, talk in terms of, getting rid of it altogether, because that's not the reality on the ground right now, and will probably not be for the foreseeable future. That being said, we are in a situation where there are radical political vectors within American society, both on the left and the right, for different reasons, basically call to end that military aid. I think that we can do our best, and we should do more, as I illustrated earlier, but we don't have full control over what's happening in the U.S. socially or otherwise. There is a polarization that is happening in the U.S. that is independent of what Israel does or doesn't do. So I recently heard that Prime Minister Netanyahu unveiled a 10-year plan to strengthen the Israeli security and defense industry to be more self-sufficient. I think that could potentially provide a gradual easing of the volume of aid that is being provided by the U.S. And regardless of, we can take into account that it would change, that the status quo would retain itself, that it would be more, but first and foremost we need to make sure for our existential purposes that we don't have to rely on U.S. support in order to continue existing and thriving.
Yeah, I think for me, Israel being at the mercy of the U.S. or at the mercy of a specific administration is why I really am someone that advocates for Israel to start easing itself out of U.S. military aid dependency. Although I think sharing intelligence is something that we should always be doing because, like you said, we have the same interests. You touched upon this. I want to talk about the rise of, on one side, isolationism in the U.S. and on the other side, this Mamdaniism, if you want to call it. Based on the work that you do, how much do you think these two are really serious growing problems in the U.S.?
Sure. So naturally, I had the chance to cover both of these, trends quite a bit because they are very important to the future of U.S.-Israeli relations and how they will be defined. Mamdaniism was essentially, even in the bigger picture, the rise of Mamdani was a reaction to Trump being elected and some of the policies that were implemented on the federal level before it was an Israel thing. Mamdani made it an Israel thing because along with his socialist platform, platform, he brought a very extremist sentiment, negative sentiment toward Israel, that really, brought a whole different discussion that was supposed to be about, sewage maintenance and transportation and all other municipality affairs. I think. There was, if you look at the exit polls right after Mamdani was elected in November, you would see that 30% of people that voted for him really cared about the Middle East issue and the Israel-Hamas war. I can assume that the vast majority of these folks were not big fans of Israel, so there was some effect. But in the grander scheme of things, this is more of a political pendulum that swung and a reaction to Trump rather than it was for Israel. By the way, I don't necessarily think that all of the people that voted for Mamdani are anti-Israel. Some of them surely are, but I do believe that he was able to make a convincing case for the people that were voting for him, that his opinions, first of all, do not make him anti-Semitic. He kind of hung around with Jews and made connections with Jews from either from the very far progressive left, which are anti-Zionist, and the most extremist ultra-Orthodox sects that are also anti-Zionist, and say, hey, look, I love Jews. I come to prayers on the high holidays, to shuls and so forth. So the people that voted for him kind of got convinced that they'll be able to kind of put the Israel issue on the side, or that he's not anti-Semitic, and this is kind of the reasoning of not doing it, or they just didn't care about Israel, but the fact of the matter is he was able to make a compelling case to young people. He brought a fresh new campaign that appealed to a lot of people that are facing hardships in the city. Not everybody's rich in New York City, of course. There are many people that give all sorts of services. And he was able to get their votes. And this is how we got to the result. At the same time, you look at some of these actions in recent days and you understand that he's really, when he said that he's going to be anti-Israel, when he said that he was going to potentially arrest Prime Minister Netanyahu, when he said that Israel is committing genocide and that Israel is an apartheid state and so forth, he says what he means and he means what he says. And what I mean by that is that already in the first day of his term in office, he issued an executive order that basically canceled executive orders that pertain to Israel and the safety of the Jewish community, including the adoption of the IRA definition for anti-Semitism, including safety of, making safe zone next to places of worships, like the unfortunate case that we saw on the Upper East Side about a month ago. And this is something that already has a detrimental effect on the safety or even the perceived safety of the Jewish community, which is also an important thing. So you have that threat from the radical left. At the same time, you can talk about isolationism. When Trump got elected, he not only bring his own views into the mix. When we talk about a bipartisan system, he brought a whole spectrum of right-wing ideas along with him, with the Republican Party coming to power. And all of a sudden, voices that were considered marginal, voices like Marjorie Taylor Greene saying that they should not do any aid to Israel. Voices like Tucker Carlson, who is a past Fox News correspondent that started his own channel and has really gained a following in the last year or so. Candace Owens, who is very openly anti-Semitic, he brought to an extent to the mainstream these kind of voices as well, inadvertently. It's not like he says, "Oh, this is great that I'm going to have all of these voices." It's just a consequence of the way that this political system works, right? And the concept of isolationism, other than the purely anti-Semitic and conspiracy theory undertones that you have among these individuals, really says that America, doesn't need to do favors to anybody, and that includes, of course, Israel. In that respect, there's a lot of focus on Israel by a Tucker Carlson or a Candace Owens because the the U.S.-Israeli relationship is strong and probably as strong as it was than ever before. And because of this approach, there might be a reality that if these voices become the mainstream, it's not right now. They're relatively marginal.
So you still think they're marginal?
Yes.
You still think it's marginal. Why?
Because if you look at some of the polls of the Reagan Institute, for example, you would find that these voices represent anywhere between maybe 5 to 10%.
Even though younger Republicans are feeling, or there's been more of a isolationist view among younger Republicans. Is that not the case?
It is more the case with young people rather than older groups, and this is exactly why Israel needs to relieve itself from total, dependence on that military aid, which is something I alluded to and I referenced earlier.
Mm-hmm.
But I think with a certain gentleman by the name of J.D. Vance, who happens to be the Vice President of the United States, he has very different views about how America should conduct its world affairs, and I think that he kind of listens very carefully to the voices of young people that want not to meddle with any world affairs. But again, first and foremost, and this is the logic leap that is going on here, regardless of Israel or not, America not being present in world affairs is something that is bad for America. Mm-hmm. Why? Because what happens in the Middle East, what happens in Asia, what happens in Latin America is something that ultimately affects America. So we can, if you go and say, oh, I'm just gonna focus on myself, what's gonna happen is that you won't confront these challenges outside of your borders. You're going to end up confronting these challenges at the border. And I think that the drug trafficking that we see from Venezuela, for example, and this is a huge conversation right now, is a pure example of what happens when you don't do something about it when it's further away from you. So isolationism is first and foremost bad for America. It would be bad for U.S.-Israeli relations. But this is really something that Israel should, pay attention to very carefully, because there might be a reality in the future where these voices by young people and by some of these extremist voices that are getting these platforms. And J.D. Vance, by the way, doesn't object to these individuals, Tucker Carlson and Candace Owens, getting these platforms.
And what I want to say is that he is second in command. I could agree with you here that these are still marginal voices, but the fact that someone that shares a lot of these views is second in command. And what's really noticeable was that he was not at the press conference about Venezuela. It was all the Marco Rubio show. That's the running joke on social media. So it is saying something. I do want to ask you one last question before we wrap up. We talked earlier about the reasoning why a lot of people are shifting their views on Israel. Americans, rather, are shifting their views on Israel. And we mentioned, the media, the politicians on the fringe, all of that all together. I have to ask something that I think I would need to, in the name of full transparency. One of my biggest frustrations as someone that cares about how the English-speaking world views Israel was to see politicians in our own Knesset say really stupid things that I think, may have not been the reason, for sure were not the reason why there was such a dramatic shift over this war, but definitely didn't help contribute. And I will 100% argue actually gave a lot of the people who did want to harm Israel publicly the ammunition to harm Israel publicly. Sure. And so I'm wondering, is that something that played a part? And then that leads to the next part, which I want you to answer, is what can Israelis do to tell their story better that will resonate with American audiences so that there is a understanding across the U.S. why there needs to be a strong Israel for a stronger America?
Yeah. So as it pertains to the statements made by, some ministers in our government, it's very unfortunate because, it's definitely being leveraged to and being propagated on social media to say, hey, the Minister of Finance said that, the Minister of National Security said that, and the sad reality is even though some of these folks are cabinet members, they weren't actually making any tangible effects on the way that Israel conducted its war, and it's being proven by protocols and so forth. So it's very unfortunate that from our government there are ministers that are coming out and saying all of these things that simply do not reflect the realities on the ground, we need to do better, but it has to start from there, because if we're not, and I think that sometimes there's the tendency to do that, they say, oh, if I just say it in Hebrew, it would serve my constituents and it won't be a big deal. Well, the fact of the matter is that in a globalized world, everything can be translated, soundbited and sent to millions of people in a click of a button, and we need to be very cognizant of that there are serious consequences to these kind of things, and not just on the domestic level. I think that we need to change a disc, as we say in Hebrew, as it pertains to this type of mentality, and understand that whatever it is that we do in Israel, in a globalized world, affects what's happening and the way that we are perceived around the world. It's no coincidence that Kissinger once said that Israel doesn't have a foreign policy, only domestic policy, because it brings into account that kind of mindset.
It's so true. Wow.
So there is a change in disc that needs to happen, and as it pertains to being able to really share the authentic narrative of Israelis. I mean, look, I'm not going to say anything that is out of this world. It's not a very original concept, but it's a concept that hasn't been fully implemented thus far. We need a cohort of people that are able to share Israel's story in a very authentic way, in a very eloquent way, and in terms that people from around the world can understand. I mean, we don't have a lack of talent. I mean, we have, of course, the Chen Mazigs and the Elon Levis and the Emily Schraders, but these are just, you can have the best people in the world, but if it's only 5 or 10 people, then you're not going to have the bandwidth that you need in order to reach everybody. You need Israel. Israel needs to make a deliberate policy effort to train and allow people to get these platforms. And again, I don't think that there's a problem of a lack of talent. I think that there is a problem about Israel making what needs to be done budgetary-wise or strategy-wise to make sure that these people are put in these positions. I remember a certain reference by the Prime Minister from, I think it was like 6 months ago or a year ago, where he basically says that some of the ministers, in a closed meeting, he said that some of the ministers can't string 2 or 3 words together in English. That's a huge problem. And this is his words, not mine. So if we are aware that there is a problem, we need to make sure that we provide a response. And the way to do that is to have authentic, eloquent, tailored voices that are able to resonate with different audiences from around the world, give them the training that they need, and put them out there in the platforms where they need to be. In the MSNBCs, in the CNNs, in the Foxes, in the New York Times, and in any other platform in the US or around the world, so that the authentic Israeli voice, not the one that the ministers that you just mentioned said, can actually be heard.
As someone that made Aliyah, to me, I heard elevate your Olim, elevate the Olim that come from different parts of the world that understand both worlds and how to communicate Israel's message. Yeah. Or I want to thank you so much. Did you want to have one final word?
Yeah, I just want to mention that historically speaking, when Israel was just becoming a country, it did exactly that with its ambassadors. I mean, it took people that came from, these respective countries, or that they're, very understanding of the type of culture that they were sent to, and they send them there because these are the people that understand the cultural nuances and that can resonate. So I think that if we can do that on the civil society level, let alone on the governmental level, then I think that we can bring a much more impactful result in terms of how Israel is perceived, and hopefully we can maintain and grow not just the U.S.-Israeli relationship, but Israel's international relations as a whole.
amazing. I fully agree. Thank you so much, Or Shaked, for being here. Please, everyone, make sure to follow Or's coverage with Israel Hayom, and we look forward to having you again soon.
It's been a great pleasure, Zina. Thank you for having me.
That marks the end of today's episode of Off the Record. We hope you enjoyed our discussion and we look forward to your feedback. Our goal here is to cut through the noise, challenge conventional narratives, and provide a space for honest, thoughtful conversation because real understanding comes from asking questions others won't. Thank you for being with us, and we'll see you next time.
When I finish a round of Miluim and go back to civilian life, there's almost like a disconnect. It's like after the first few weeks, it feels very weird. You're looking around and you're like, no one knows that I was on a uniform yesterday. Nobody here knows. I just look like a regular guy. And then after a little while, you become disconnected from being a soldier and you really feel like a civilian. And then it feels very hard to put the uniform back on.
Welcome to The Nosh here on ILTV, and today's amazing guest is the one, the only, Shlomo Lipman, singer extraordinaire. Shlomo, thank you so much for joining me here in studio at ILTV.
Thank you for having me. It's awesome.
Shlomo, you are like the quintessential wedding singer. Whoa. Have you ever seen the movie The Wedding Singer?
I actually have not. I've seen clips on YouTube. I've seen clips on YouTube. I haven't seen the full movie yet.
How can you not? You are the wedding singer.
I know. I have to do my homework.
You got to do your homework. You got to see. Okay, so you got to see the full movie, but the clips that you have seen, and I'm sure you've seen a few that you said, and you lived the life of a wedding singer. Are any of them true? Like, what is it to be a wedding singer, especially here in Israel?
It's unbelievable. It's one of the coolest things about being a singer-songwriter or performer in general in the Jewish world. It doesn't matter how small you are as an artist or how big you get. It's always part of your scene. It's always something that you do. And I think that's something so amazing that even the biggest names are able to do something so amazing, which is to make a bride and groom, a chatan and kala, happy.
At what age were you when you decided that you're going to become a singer, of course, going into the wedding industry as one of the premier wedding singers, but into the music industry itself? How did you decide? When did you decide? Tell me a little bit about how you got into this entire industry.
So I grew up in a very musical home. My grandmother was like the music teacher in the DC area. My dad played the drums, my mom played the flute. And when I was 3 years old, we went to my grandparents' house, and I was already old enough that I would be able to see a TV and understand what that is and want to watch something. My dad was like, what is something I'm able to get my son to watch? They still had cassettes then, before DVDs.
You're aging us.
I'm 28, but I guess, the generations move fast. He bought a few Miami Boys Choir cassettes, and I started watching them, and I became absolutely obsessed. And from when I was 3 years old, that's when I knew, when I grow up, I want to be a singer.
Where did you grow up? You said in the D.C. area?
Yeah, I grew up in Silver Spring, Maryland. We made Aliyah when I was 7 to Beit Shemesh, but my entire childhood was in D.C. area.
But you said your family is musical. I thought your father was in politics and did something different.
That's true. I mean,
he started very musical.
That's very true. He started off playing. He played the drums growing up. And
I had no idea. It's very cool.
Yeah. I'm trying to get him back on the drum set a little bit, but
I'd love to see that.
That would be awesome.
Do any of your other siblings or family members play with you, or
No. My sisters joke that I'm the one that took all the talent. It's really just I had a passion for it when I was a little kid, and I continued to work on it since I was 3 years old up until today.
How is it dealing with families here post October 7th in the wedding industry? What do you see different that you didn't have to think about before?
The biggest difference is just the connection and how meaningful. Every chuppah is so meaningful, but now, after October 7th, every chuppah has more and more layers of meaning and emotion. Every single person there knows people that are either, unfortunately, not with us or fighting on the front lines. Every single chatan has friends that are fighting, or he himself fought. every single chuppah I do, we do tefillah for the chayalim, which is something that didn't really exist that much before the war. It's unbelievable. The connection of all of Am Yisrael together is the biggest difference I've seen in the wedding industry.
And that connection is only getting stronger. And the connection to you and our homeland, our people, not only you a wedding singer, songwriter, you're actually a hero. Now, I'm not sure if it's Miluim you're in, or you were, or you drafted and stayed on. Talk to me a little bit about it, because I've been following your journey and seeing you, and we're going to talk about your dancing moves in uniform as well. But, your unit, Army service, talk to me about what you're doing and have been doing the past 2 years about.
Yeah, so when I was in active service back in 2017, I was in Golani, Brigade Gdud 51, Golani 51. I was a commander there. Went back to yeshiva. Started my life. I was in Kerem B'Yavne.
Okay,
I was part
nice.
of Hesder. Yeah, part of Hesder, and then got married. Went to Kollel at Leva Torah in Beit Shemesh, and then on October 7th, I was called back up to Miluim together with hundreds of thousands of others as part of a Miluim unit of people that used to be in Golani. We were called right up to the Lebanon border. We were there that night. By October 7th night, we were already stationed on the border, ready to go. Thank God.
So talk to me,
Yeah.
October 7th, and I know you said when your parents met, you were living in Beit Shemesh with your family.
Correct.
You're married now and still live in Beit Shemesh?
Still live in Beit Shemesh, yeah. Married a girl from Beit Shemesh. That's where we're based right now.
Based in Beit Shemesh.
Yeah.
So that night you got the call, the text, whatever it was, you got to go to your unit, and you just went straight up north?
Yeah, that entire day was crazy because I was at Leva Torah, which is a Hesder yeshiva for lone soldiers. I was basically helping soldiers out, guys in active service, the entire morning, running back and forth, making sure that guys had rides to go down south. Guys had to go to Beersheba area. I almost drove down south myself a few times to bring them there. And then they told me to go tell the guys that are still in training that they were being called up. And I realized as a reservist, if guys that are still in training are being called up, my call's going to come any second.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Guys that didn't even
Guys that
finish
their training, they said, guys, you're being called up right now.
So did they actually have a unit to go to? Were they part of a unit? How does that operate, with training?
Right. So the way training works is you get drafted into a certain unit, you do your training within that unit, and then once you finish your training, you go and you actually it's called going up to the Gdud. You go up to the actual I guess the actual unit that you were training in. So what they were doing is calling everybody up that was in training to go and basically I don't know exactly what they did that day, but my assumption is that they took over certain checkposts and stuff like that for guys that are in active service so that they're able to prepare and get ready for war. So the second they called them up, I knew my call's going to come any second. Turned on my phone. Very weird doing that on Shabbat and on Chag, but I realized that's what he had to do. And I saw that my commander said, guys, we're going to be called up any second. Get your stuff ready and be ready to go. I told my wife that it could happen any second. I told her, go to your parents. If I get called up, I'll come and I'll say goodbye. And then she went. I went back to shul, and then I checked my phone. I said, guys, we're being called up. Got onto uniform, drove to their house, knocked on the door, opened the door. She saw me in full uniform, and told her I'm going up to the Lebanon border. Don't know exactly what's going to happen, but this is what we have to do.
So now we have a lot of mutual friends. We know about each other. We've been friendly on social media for a while. But where I've been following you recently in the past almost 2 years is in uniform, in your unit. I guess you have some downtime, or maybe just a little bit of downtime, unless that's on break. But I've been following and seeing you singing and dancing in uniform. And talk to me. What made you do that, and the feedback you're getting from it? Because you became a star, like a rock star in uniform, singing beautiful melodies for people to hear and get inspired from.
The first few days of the war, I was in no mood to sing, no mood to post. I didn't want to post about it. I didn't feel like just picking up my phone and making a story. Hey guys, I'm by the Lebanon border. I didn't feel that was right. I said, this is what we're supposed to do. In 2-3 weeks, when all of this settles down, that's what we were thinking then. Then I'll go back to
2
it.
years
I'll post.
later.
Yeah, right. And we were stationed one day, and the way the war works in general, especially when you're not in combat but on border patrol, which is what we were doing at the start of the war, is you have time where you're actually on guard duty, but you have times that you're off. And there was in between one of my shifts, one of my guys in my unit said, Benjamin Fleischman, he asked me, he's like, Shlomo, why don't you sing a little bit? I was like, dude, I'm not in the mood to sing. Well, we'll sing later. Right now we have something to do. We have to be focused. He's like, no, come on, let's sing. So, all right, fine. I started singing for them a little bit. And then I realized, I have a wedding band back home, and they're all doing like Corona-styled weddings, tiny little weddings for people that their big weddings got canceled because of the situation. And I was like, they don't even know that I'm up here by the Lebanon border. Why don't I just make a video to send to them to kind of let them know, hey, what's going on? I was sitting down in a trench, and I made this video singing Mehera Mehera, a wedding song, sent it to them. My soundman put it on his story, and someone asked him, send this to me right now. That somehow got everywhere, and that was the start of this crazy, crazy thing that became Shlomo Littman, the singing soldier by the Lebanon border.
And it's just, but it's like been spiraling and spiraling. I'm seeing so many of your videos that have gone viral and shared of you just singing from your neshama, from your heart, from your soul. You're singing up there. You're protecting Israel. You literally are a hero. As you're doing that on the border, what's going through your head? What's going through your mind singing in uniform, inspiring Jews and people around the world?
It is so meaningful to me. I was thinking about it. I was talking with one of my friends a few weeks after this entire thing started, because like the next day, right after that first viral video, we were on the way back from, this is crazy, the situation we were in. They gave us our guns, and we went up to guard duty without even making sure that our scopes and our barrels were aligned. It was just kind of, usually when you get a new gun, the first thing you do is you go to the shooting range, you make sure everything's working, and then you go up. But here it was, there's no time to waste. Go and figure it out on the way. After a few days, it kind of settled. We went, we shot a little bit and made sure everything was working. We're on the way back, and there's a wedding happening in this yeshuv that we were stationed at up north. We're like, a wedding? No one's here. It was a chayal that decided, I am not pushing off my wedding. I was supposed to get married today. I'm going to get married today. We saw what was happening. I said,
so 1 second,
yeah.
His family's not around.
Family's not around.
The bride is not around. They all came up. How did that happen?
Yeah, they all came up. The bride is there in a bridal gown, and he's in full uniform. And they decided, we are doing this. We're not pushing off our wedding. I told them, I'm a wedding singer. If you would like, I would love to sing for you guys. They said, please, we'd love it. That video has millions of views now, and it was unbelievable for me. I was talking to a friend of mine. I hadn't done anything different up by the front lines. I was the same person. I'd been working on trying to get my name out there, and thank God I had started a career beforehand. But it wasn't nothing different changed, and I thought it was such an amazing thing. Akiva, one of the well-known singer Akiva, he was also called up on October 7th, and I thought to myself, it was almost like God was telling me, Shlomo, I'm keeping you for a rainy day. You're putting in the work now, but there's going to be a time where Am Yisrael is getting, this is at the beginning of the war. The only things on social media were all the horrible videos from what happened on October 7th. And all of a sudden, here's a faceless chayal. It wasn't a well-known name. It was just a chayal singing at a wedding of another chayal. And I think that hits a lot more than if I was a well-known name beforehand. It might have been meaningful and emotional, but the fact that it's just a chayal without a name singing for another chayal, I think that hit so much deeper. And since then, I realized, aside from actually defending Am Yisrael, and afterwards we went into Lebanon and fought there, and in Syria fought there as well, I have another mission, which is to bring hope, to bring happiness, and chizuk to Am Yisrael that needs it so much.
I want to go into in a little bit, what you've saw and what you've seen in Lebanon, Syria, but that's really where I got to know you a lot more and personally, because at that time, or a little after that time, I guess when you had a break from the Army, you came to the United States and you performed in concert in the United States. I know IMC hosted one of the events in Lawrence, New York. Right. That's where we got to meet each other, and you performed in uniform on stage. You had the whole crowd standing, singing with you. You're now an international sensation going around the world singing. How did you feel going from singing at weddings and locally and with your family and in Beit Shemesh and beyond here in Israel to headlining concerts in the USA and abroad?
It's something I always wanted to do since I was a little kid. That's all. I love being on stage, and there's something very different between performing at a wedding and performing on stage.
I was going to ask you, what's the difference in the mindset with singing at a wedding and on stage? When on stage you have a whole production team and crowd and a lot more going on than at a wedding, when if you're the wedding singer. You're more or less in charge of how the night's going to go.
Correct. It's a very different type of performing. I've happened to I've learned to fall in love with performing at weddings as well, and it's up to the point where even when Be'ezrat Hashem I'm an A-lister, I still want to be doing weddings.
You are an A-lister.
Oh, thank you.
especially in my
I
book.
appreciate it. I appreciate that. But even when I theoretically should stop doing weddings, I want to continue doing it. There's something very special about performing at a wedding and giving over that energy to a chatan and kala. But it's a very different type of performance. It's how you use the stage, how you dance, how you present yourself. But it's something I always wanted to do, and I think it's something so amazing. You know, a lot of times this is a very interesting concept. When I finish a round of miluim and go back to civilian life, there's almost like a disconnect. It's like after the first few weeks, it feels very weird. You're looking around and you're like, no one knows that I was on a uniform yesterday. Nobody here knows. I just look like a regular guy. And then after a little while, you become disconnected from being a soldier and you really feel like a civilian. And then it feels very hard to put the uniform back on. But I've come to learn that Am Yisrael needs it. Am Yisrael really needs it. And there are times that I just want to perform like this. And my production team says, Shlomo, you don't understand, these people, especially outside of Israel, when they see you performing on uniform and in uniform, it's something so needed, that connection, seeing someone on uniform, the energy that you're able to give over and the energy you get back. And that's just how it works. You give over the energy, you get it back, you're able to give more. And that connection between Am Yisrael as a whole and Israel, and especially a soldier, is something so amazing.
But a lot of that is the energy that they're feeling, or the emotions that the crowd is feeling. That's why you're doing it. But what is going through your mind, your soul, your body, your heart, really, when you're on stage there in your uniform and you're representing Israel, you're singing and representing the Jewish people? What is going through your head when you're on that stage looking at that crowd as they're cheering and standing for you in uniform?
Plain and simple, I feel like I'm doing what I was born to do.
What you were born to do?
100%.
It's insane. And do you get up and say, listen, I need to sing this song on stage, or I gotta, this song is more meaningful, it's gonna touch the people? How do you get your sets in line with what the crowd either anticipating or what they want?
So this is where the two worlds of concerts and weddings kind of connect and collide. We started doing, my band and I, every wedding now, we have something we call a machozet rabak. It's basically a medley of all the quote-unquote war songs.
Yeah, I don't know what that means, but you got to explain it.
The Am Yisrael Chai songs. Am Yisrael Chai, Anachnu Ma'aminim B'nei Ma'aminim, Hashem Yitbarach, Al Tira Yisrael, Am Hanetzach Lo Mefached. And we've basically, that's a medley that we do as part of our wedding set. And what we've done is basically brought that onto the stage. There are obviously other songs that I do. I do some of my own music. I do covers. But part of a big bulk of what we do as part of our show is we do all of these songs that we sing on the front lines, and growing up we sang, and when I was in active service before we went on long treks, or we had training exercises, we sang all these songs. And to see them now on the global stage and all of Am Yisrael kind of feeling what a regular chayal feels before he goes into battle, it's something so unbelievable.
What, at the end of the show, I've seen it myself. I've seen you speak to the crowd, take pictures, shake hands, give hugs. Any special, story or any touching moment that you could share with us that maybe someone in the crowd, or you spend a Shabbat with someone overseas during a concert, has shared with you how you've changed them or brought them something special?
That's a good question.
You had to change so many lives with what you're doing. It's just there's no other way that it can't be possible.
For sure, there's a lot of people that have. I mean, just one example from the beginning of the war. I don't know what ended up happening with this person. This is not from a show, but actually from social media and posting me singing on Madim in uniform. Somebody wrote to me that he's an EMT in New York, and he decided he wants to leave everything there, come here and start working here as an EMT. I don't know if it was in the army or to help out, but someone said, I'm leaving everything behind to go and give in Israel, and you inspired me to do that. That's something that hit me very, very deeply.
You had to inspire many people. But with that being said, I just have to backtrack a little bit and ask, with all the time that you've been spending in Miluim and you having your own business here of wedding singers, or a wedding band. How has it affected you if you weren't able to perform at these weddings? This is your livelihood. This is how you pay your bills, support your family. If you weren't able to do that, how did you survive? How do you keep on going? Or is serving in the army and serving your country that much that you'll give it all up for?
First of all, 100%, I would give it all up for that. That's for sure. And God has a plan. He takes care of everybody. When you do the right thing, then he's going to take care of you 100%, and you're going to get exactly what you're supposed to get in life. I'm very privileged that because I'm a singer, my business isn't going anywhere really. There are people that left employed jobs in businesses and then or people that ran businesses, and then all of a sudden that business is not there, and then they've lost everything and given that up to be in the army. The army does make sure that you're subsidized financially for what you lost while you're away, but there are people that come back to civilian life and then their business is not there.
And they more or less have to start from scratch.
Right, have to start from scratch. I'm very privileged that because of the nature of my work, people are always going to be getting married, especially now that I've become this singing soldier. People are still following. They know what's going on with me, and they know, oh, he's going to be back in civilian life. And so I've been very privileged. That hasn't really affected me, but there are definitely people that give it all up to make sure that they're able to watch over the Jewish world.
When you are back in reserve duty in Miluim, do you feel now that it's almost a mission that you have to put out some songs in uniform, you have to get out and on stage and sing for them, like this is what people are wanting, but not only wanting, but it gives them the chizuk to support and keep going?
There are times that it feels like I have to force to do it, because for me, at the beginning of the war, I really needed it as well. I needed to sing for people. I felt like I needed to express what I'm feeling inside and give over to the Jewish world and to the world in general. And as the time has gone on and the war has gone on, I felt that personally a little bit less. But every time I do post, I see how much other people, the world outside, people that are away from the army, because I feel it, right? You're in uniform. You're going into Lebanon, fighting there. You're going into Syria or on the border. I feel it. I'm very connected. But I feel like sometimes it's almost harder for the people not on the front lines. Sometimes we think our Chaylim have it. It's really the hardest for the families. First of all, I have a wife. I have 2 kids at home. I'm with my guys on the front lines, and I'm actively doing the work, and I feel a lot of, first of all, I feel connected, and I feel the meaning behind what I'm doing. But the families and Am Yisrael as a whole, people that are not on the front lines, I feel like they need it even way more. They need the chizuk, they need the strength a lot more than our soldiers on the front lines. So every time I push myself to, no, Am Yisrael needs this, and I get my guitar or wherever I am and I make a video to kind of bring chizuk. It's never been about how can I use this to my advantage. Since the very beginning of the war, I didn't want to post at the beginning of the war. It just happened, right? It happened, and I realized I'm just giving over to people that need it. It's not about me. It's amazing. Hashem has his ways, and I've obviously gained.
It might not be about you, but let's make something about you. If someone wants to contact you and hire you because they're hearing your amazing story and everything else, how can they find you?
So you can find me on Instagram, Shlomo Lippman Music. That's my Instagram. If you want to find me.
That's what I follow, so I know where he is.
If you want to follow my Spotify, Apple Music, YouTube, it's all Shlomo Lippman. And hey, if you have an event happening or if you have a show anywhere in the world, I want to connect with Am Yisrael. That's my mission, and I can't wait to celebrate with you.
Now that it is your mission, and you had many missions, I don't know what you can and can't talk about, but you are a soldier, a hero of the Jewish nation. You served, as you said, up on the border with Lebanon. You said Syria. I don't know how much you went into Syria, and if you knocked on a door in Damascus and said, "Hey, I'm here." But can you share some stories or anything about your service up north, what you did, and like what your feelings were as you're protecting Israel and the Jewish people around the world?
100%. I'll share 2 stories that are unbelievable. The first one was, so we were first stationed by the Lebanon border, then we were stationed by the Syrian border, and then we ended up going into Lebanon and into Syria. I was stationed by the Syrian border during the first Iranian attack, and they told us, guys, phones aside, all right, listen, tonight there's a 99% chance that Iran is going to attack. Just so you know, a large member of the personnel up north are being moved down south, not because they need them down south, but because they don't want to have mass casualties. But you guys are here, so good luck. Okay, I was part of a force called Carmel Aleph, and anytime anything happens in our area, we drive right away to one of the many routes that go from deep into Syria into Israel to block off that route. And I was on the top of a mountain, on top of a little hill, when the first Iranian attack happened. It all happened right above my head. And really, that was the first time that I felt, sometimes we feel like we're part of the equation, right? I have a gun, there's a terrorist near me. I can, if I practice a lot beforehand and I'm quick, I can eliminate him before he gets to me. But here, it doesn't matter how much I shoot a ballistic missile, I'm not part of this equation at all. And I literally just started singing Vihisha Amd up there because I realized in the end of the day, it's all in God's hands. And we're just here to try to, do our part, but it's all in his hands. That's the first story. Second thing is we went into Lebanon after a year of preparing, and we talked about this while we were by the border. It's how is the state of Israel going to handle going into Lebanon? They always told us from the very beginning of my training back in 2017, Hamas is child's play compared to Hezbollah. And that was before they had years of training in the civil war in Syria. These are trained fighters. This is going to be a crazy, crazy war. How is Israel going to be able to deal with that? Nasrallah gets killed, and we go into Lebanon, and they all ran away. We went into places that were supposed to be swarming with terrorists. We found crazy, crazy amounts of ammunition that one of my senior commanders says he thinks that if they would have infiltrated from the north, from Metula, where we ended up going in, we would have had to fight them off in Tel Aviv area. That's how crazy this was. We found go bags ready to go, motorcycles. Just give us the word. And they were going to infiltrate Israel. And we found all these, and these terrorists ran away. We went into the places that were supposed to be the most dangerous places and basically took it over without a fight. Unbelievable. The miracles that we saw in Lebanon, unbelievable.
And the crazy part is we unfortunately know a lot of stories from the First and Second Lebanon War, and it was nothing like what you experienced. Thank God you experienced what you had, and not,
correct. Right.
Previously what many have experienced. But for you to say that, but to see what was being planned and what they had, you had to be like, this could have been insane, and it is insane finding it afterwards, but it could have gone much worse.
It was unimaginable. It was unbelievable. We're looking around, we're like, this is crazy. There was a Shabbat afternoon that we were in Lebanon when they were bringing in people from Handasa to tear down houses. Bringing in bulldozers and the such, and we're just like chilling around. We're there to make sure that we watch over them, no one comes near, and we're just like chilling there on a Shabbat, and we're like, we're in Lebanon right now, just like hanging out on Shabbat afternoon. What? How is that? Like we all pictured what it's going to look like when we go into Lebanon and have to fight, and we're like, this is crazy. It's unbelievable. This is nothing like what we thought it was going to be, and it's all just, to me, open miracles.
It is all unbelievable and crazy. But when you say picture, you were born in America. You grew up for a short period of life in America before your family moved and made Aliyah to Israel. You wear the uniform. You protect Israel. I personally think you protect the Jewish people around the world. How do you see yourself? How do you picture yourself from someone who was brought up in America, moved to Israel, and now part of the greatest army our nation has ever had? How does that make you feel? And how do you see yourself?
Incredibly privileged. Incredibly privileged. I could have very easily just been a regular kid growing up in the States, staying in the States. I played baseball. I played in the Israel national team. I sing, obviously. I could have made a career there. I'm always very thankful to my parents that they made Aliyah back when I was 7, because I don't know what would happen, if I stayed there for longer. I feel incredibly privileged. It is a gift. It's a mission. It's something that I wouldn't give away for the world. I'm so thankful that I get to be part of God's army.
Now, as thankful as you are, have you, in any of your travels, have you ever experienced the opposite side, any anti-Semitism or anti-Israel rhetoric?
Not really. I really haven't. I mean, I've obviously experienced it online like everybody else, but in person, not really. I've really just seen so much love, so much support. The Jewish people, the Jewish community around the world are amazing. And I think that throughout this war, the IDF went from being the Israeli army to the Jewish army.
And what's up next for Shlomo Littman? Where are you going next? What are you doing? What's in the pipeline?
All right, so right now I am releasing singles from my upcoming album, my debut album. As of now, I'm really focused on weddings here in Israel and shows abroad. I'm going to be back in the States, Hanukkah time, Be'ezrat Hashem, for another tour. We just got back from a tour in New York during August. And the second that the album is out, when the album will be out, I do not know, because every time I think I know it's going to be out, I get called for another round of Miluim, which is totally fine. It's going to be out when it's out. My goal is to make sure that it is the highest level music and that I put it together properly for the people that are going to end up listening to it. The second that it's out, I'm going to go on a tour, both here in Israel and around the world.
Just a 10-second message. You as a soldier protecting, once again, Israel and everything else, what do you, because you are from America and have family, I'm sure, still in America, what is one message you have to the people in America and around the world watching Israel, watching the IDF in today's day and age?
You always have a home here in Israel. No matter what's going on around the world, we are always here to welcome you with open arms. This is your home at the end of the day. This is the home of the Jewish people. It's the future of the Jewish people. Just know that all the Chayalim, all the people in Israel, we are waiting to accept you with open arms whenever you so choose. And if you come to visit or you want to make your life here, we want to be part of that together with you. And my message for everyone around the world is that it's going to be good. Sometimes it feels like, what is going on? You know, my new single that just came out, Kama Tov, it's all about that. I wrote that by the Syrian border when that attack happened, that Iranian attack. Kama Tov holech liot po. First of all, it is so good already. We believe that God is good. It's always great. We just don't always see it. And we're going to see it really soon. It's going to be so good.
Come see in Israel. Shlomo Littman, I want to thank you so much for joining me here.
Thank you for having me
today. You are very inspirational, besides a great singer, but very, very inspirational. Keep doing good. Your family should be very, very proud of you. All of Israel, the Jewish nation, the world is very, very proud of you. I want to thank everyone for tuning in for another amazing episode of The Nosh, exclusively on ILTV. Thank you very much. Have a great day.
Good evening and welcome to ILTV Insider. Iran is at a crossroads. Protests are spreading, the regime is cracking down, and the United States is weighing negotiations against military action. For Israel, every option carries risk. Tonight we ask, how far is Washington willing to go? Can the protesters really succeed? And if the regime falls, what replaces it? With me to unpack Iran's options and Israel's dilemmas are Mark Regev, former Israeli ambassador to the United Kingdom, Eric Mandel, founder and director of the Middle East Political and Information Network, and Mossi Raz, a former member of the Israeli Knesset. Let's get into it. Eric, I want to start with you. The question is simple. Are we closer to the U.S. negotiating with Iran, as Vice President Vance seems to want to do, or to it taking military action? What do you think is the trigger that's going to tip us one way or the other?
So President Trump is an unconventional president, and he himself can make those decisions. And that is, I think, what is going to move here. So the tipping point, first of all, for this revolution is going to be when the people in the millions truly don't fear the security apparatus. This is a very different time than previous times, even in the Freedom Life movement a few years ago. The reason it's a different time is because economically they've never been this bad. And number two, there's a credible military threat. So what can America do here? I think the president has chosen to do something. And what he's trying to be talked out of is the kinetic options. So what are the non-kinetic options? The non-kinetic options are secondary sanctions, tariffs, and you'll have to do that against some of your friends, Turkey, UAE, India. Second choice would be their shadow oil fleet, to go after that. Covert, to disable through cyber attacks the state media and the command and control. You have overt, going after the Baji, going after the IRGC. And then you have supporting the protesters, not only Starlink, but you can ask for people to say, I'm leaving the regime. What people usually look at in my government is to see if people in the security apparatus or the army will leave, and we have not seen that yet.
So if Washington does start to negotiate while the protests are going on, do you feel, and Mark, maybe you can take this one, that that is going to provide more stability to Iran, potentially save the regime? Or is that actually better, considering, I mean, we're just reading today about hundreds, if not thousands, of Iranians starting to be killed by the regime, opening fire not only on protesters but also civilians?
It's a difficult call. It's a difficult call for Israel. It's a difficult call for the United States. And it's also a difficult call for the Iranian people. I mean, this regime will massacre its people to stay in power. And until we see cracks in the regime, the hope for change in Iran is, maybe they're good hopes, but how realistic are they? I don't know. I think it's a difficult call. We saw with what Trump did in Maduro that he's willing to work with an authoritarian regime provided it doesn't go up against U.S. interests, and the vice president of Maduro is running the country and trying to make deals with, and maybe she will succeed, with the Americans. So if Trump thinks the regime now is weak, the regime is under pressure, I can get the deal on the nuclear issues that I couldn't get before, precisely because they're weak, instead of waiting and holding out for a revolution that brings in a new government, he would say from a transactional point of view, that makes a lot of sense. They didn't agree to no enrichment. Today they're willing to agree. There'll be words in there for enforcement, right? So they break the deal, I bomb them, and they will understand that, yeah. Maybe from a Trump's perspective, and as you said, Eric said, he's an unconventional president. So from a transactional point of view, you've got leverage now. You get the deal that you wanted a few months ago. You force them to agree to no enrichment. Where does that leave Israel? Good question.
It is a big question, Mark. And Mosi, I want to turn to you. You know, you've been on the show many times and definitely pushed against military action in various, on various fronts, saying that negotiations are ultimately the way to go. In this particular case, do you agree with that? Do you think Trump should move forward with negotiations if, as Mark said, the window allows?
I must say that I don't know. There are so many things that we don't know about what happens right now in Iran. We don't know what the position of the regime. We don't know what is the situation with the protesters, how many were killed in the massacre, probably that this terrible regime is doing there. And I don't know, maybe somebody does know, but I don't know what will be the reaction to an American attack on whatever. On one hand, it can unite the Iranians, like we see many times in many places. And sometimes it might weaken the regime. So I think that Trump has here something that he has to think about, and probably to hear the CIA, but hear people who understand what happens on the ground. And I don't think that the decision is easy. I think this is why he hesitates for so long. But there is one more thing that we have to say. He actually said that if the regime kills people, he is going to react. So now his word is in a question. He has to react. And maybe without his commitments, less people would have gone down to the streets and less people would have been killed. So, all those things he has to take into consideration before taking a decision, attack or not, that it's very difficult for him.
And certainly he didn't specify exactly how many people had to be killed and in what time frame. Speaking of keeping your word, Masi, let me just piggyback on that. You know, the Iranian regime threatened that if Trump does attack, that they're going to attack Israel directly. Now, I know we don't know, but based on your experience, would you think that the Iranian regime will carry out that attack if Trump does move forward with some kind of military presence in Iran?
Again, I'm sorry to say that I don't know. It's a possibility. We have to be prepared for that. We know that many times when you are in a kind of mass like they have right now in Tehran and 10 other places over in Iran, then you can unite yourself against an enemy. I'm not sure that we are still enemy for a majority of the Iranians. But maybe it can strengthen them So it might happen, but we don't know enough. I don't know enough in order to say what's going to.
Well, and Eric, you've definitely been talking about this in terms of whether Israel could actually get pulled in directly or indirectly in some way if the U.S. takes either of these actions. Talk a little bit about what that would look like. Let's say a U.S. strike in Iran, one of the IRGC facilities where Khamenei is positioned, for example. What would happen to Israel?
So what capabilities does Iran have at this point of time after what happened in the 12-day war? They have been rebuilding their ballistic missiles, and we know what their plan was if they were left alone, if the protests didn't happen. They can send missiles here. They can activate Yemen, so Israel could be back in its bunkers again. You're already in the crosshairs. They mentioned that basically, you know, these are Zionist agitators along with the United States going along here. But what is best for Israel, what is best for the United States? I think I wrote a piece for The Hill last year that said that a regime collapse is not necessarily going to lead to a good regime change. And what usually happens after a coup or revolution is the strongest party that's left over will make the government. The strongest party here is the IRGC, which basically owns and invests and owns the economy. And they are a combination of true believers and corrupt kleptocrats. And where is this 150,000 person IRGC going to go? Where is up to 1 million Baji paramilitia going to go? Because you don't need the majority of a country if these people are going to remain brutal and are willing to kill tens of thousands. And that gets back to your original question, what is the numbers that President Trump will act upon this? And again, American troops there also, that can be targeted. You thought about after Soleimani, American troops were hit, many with traumatic brain injuries after. So if I was Israel at this point, I would be on high alert. And one way or another, this is going to affect you, and whatever the aftermath is going to affect you.
So, Mark, piggyback on that, because the aftermath is actually quite questionable and quite potentially scary, as Eric described, for the state of Israel. We know Khamenei. We know what the threat is. If the IRGC takes over some other leader, or even perhaps the whole society becomes fragmented and there are different leaders, 10 heads to the one-headed octopus today. What would that look like for Israel, and should we be preparing, or are we preparing?
So I don't believe that you can have a worse outcome than the current outcome. I don't think Israel can face a more brutal adversary, or enemy, I should say, than the Islamic Republic of Iran. And whatever happens afterwards, I think has to be an improvement. Obviously, I'd like Iran to be a friendly country to Israel, right? In the past, under the Shah, Iran was a friend of Israel. And there's no reason why we couldn't be again. And I think as Moshe said, most Iranian people are very open to a good relation with Israel, and most people in Iran are probably open to a good relationship with the world. And it's this crazy regime that took power in 1979. If they attacked Israel, as you said, and is not impossible, I'm not sure it's probable, I think Israel will then have legitimacy to hit back hard, to hit back against regime targets. Obviously, they can hurt us, but we can hurt them much more. And I think their ability to hurt us has been limited since the 14th Day War. And I think if they start something, we can finish it much stronger. I think also if we go for regime targets, if we go for IRGC targets, if we go for, let's say, the prisons, to allow prisoners to escape and so forth, I think we could actually help the revolution there. But the tough decision really, which lies with Trump at this, I mean, if they attack us, it's no decision, no brainer. We have to respond and respond forcefully. But if the decision is still in Washington, the tough decision for President Trump is, one, do I put all my support behind the people overthrowing the regime, which would be the best outcome, yes? Or do I say the regime's probably going to survive anyway, high probability, and therefore better make the best deal I can with the existing regime, like I've done with Venezuela. And on the final point, and Moshe said this, we have to, a lot of people think we don't know, and it's about making decisions with not knowing all the facts. And I hope that when Prime Minister Netanyahu reads what his intelligence community is saying and what President Trump gets from the CIA and others, that they're making the decisions based on knowledge.
Do you believe that the protesters have a chance? You said it's a low probability that there will be a new regime. Do you believe that this protest is going to end like the previous ones and you're not going to see regime change?
So once again, I don't see the intelligence. Obviously, we'd like to see the protesters succeed. And the big advantages the protesters had, as Eric said, one, the economic situation is just so terrible in Iran. People are suffering, right? I mean, you look at the rial, their currency, it's like falling in the toilet, right? There's not energy, there's not water. There's all these day-to-day problems with people who are just suffering economically under one of the countries that should be one of the richest countries on the planet. The regime lacks legitimacy, right? In the past, maybe the Ayatollah regime had a certain amount of legitimacy with his ideology. I would argue their situation is worse than the communists when the Soviet Union fell apart. No one believes in the ideology of the regime. We see that mosques in Iran have become the targets of the protesters, because they are associated with the regime. They're not seen as, people don't believe in the ideology. And finally, all autocracies, doesn't matter if they're left-wing, right-wing, religious, secular, all autocracies survive off the fear of their people. Machiavelli famously wrote, a leader can be loved or feared. It's good to be both, but if you have to choose one, choose to be feared. All autocracies need to be feared. Because of what we did in the 12-Day War together with the United States, the regime was exposed as being weak. And that maybe empowers the protesters in a way we haven't seen in the past.
Now, I want to turn to a key figure here in all of this, which is Raza Pahlavi, who's been calling for the unrest. He's obviously living in the United States while trying to help to feed the fire, make the flame bigger in Iran, call the people out to the streets. Do you think that he is the right person to take over in Iran? And also, do you think it's appropriate for somebody who's sitting so many thousands of miles away, his life is not at risk while he's sitting in the United States, to be pushing these protesters out to the streets and risking their own lives?
It is not for me to decide, but we know from the history about many leaders, even in democratic states, that were pushed out because they were afraid to their life. And when the regime collapsed, they came. By the way, Khomeini is the same, but not only there. You can mention Willy Brandt in Germany and many other places. But this is for the Iranians to decide. I guess most of them would prefer somebody else, but they are so desperate about this regime that they're willing to accept him. It's way better than what they have right now. I don't think that the kind of protest that we see is because of him. I think it's because of many reasons. They fed up from this regime for many years, and then comes the economic problems and the fact that Iran has no connection to the world for years, not only now with the internet block. So there are many reasons for the Iranians to go out to protest, and I don't think that they are waiting for him to tell them where to go. Probably they know way better than him what are their problems, how Iranians look like, and probably in many of the cities that the protest took place in even never visited.
For sure, and I think that the question isn't necessarily, are they waiting for him, but the idea of, Eric, this external opposition leadership, is that putting the protests more at risk, or is it making them stronger? The narrative is often the way that the story is told. It doesn't really matter what's truth on the ground anymore in this day and age, and Reza has been able to make the headlines and appears to be as if he's leading somehow inside Iran, despite the fact that he's nowhere near what is happening. What are your thoughts about him as a potential leader in the future, and do you think that it's helping or hurting the protesters?
So I've been talking with Iranian dissidents in the external community, and they have been in disarray, and there's been quite a few who have not been in favor of being with the prince. And internally, there also is not one leader that has come up, which is something for a revolution is not necessarily a good thing. And also, Americans don't understand that half of Iran are minorities, Azeris, Kurds, Turks, Baluchs, I mean, so many different groups. But if there's one figure that we know here who could be a next Shah, if he takes the path of what the king did after the fall of Franco in Spain, and you had a figurehead who then led to a transition, which is what he says he wants to do, and enough people believe him because there are no other alternatives, then that could be a good thing. The question is going to be, no matter who is there, and even if it's him, because he will get blamed or not, is who's going to fix the economics, which is what brought the Bazaris out. Bazaris are a conservative group who actually started the '79 revolution, and they're the ones who started the protests here. So who are they going to believe? They may go back to an autocracy after that part. So is he good or not good? That's again up to, as you said, to the Iranian people. But he has not yet had a meeting with Trump, as far as I know. Well, by the time the show is over, we may find out. But that would give him a certain legitimacy. And I also read some Persian people from Iran who were saying that he's not who we want. We remember what the Shah did. But yet there's still, because it's so long ago that it was, there's a nostalgia that things were better when the Shah was there. And that's what they're basically emphasizing. So he has a chance to truly be a leader.
And do the people, Mark, really remember it being better? You know, I think about Gaza, for example, 20 years under Hamas rule. And most of the people living in Gaza adhere to Hamas because that's what they know. Not that they are Hamas necessarily. I'm not saying they're not civilians, but this is the way they were brought up, the school books they were trained with. Is it not? Is it any different in Iran?
Apparently so, because you're seeing these protests, and especially young people protesting. And it's interesting, the communists ran Poland for, 40 years, and then the communist regime fell and there were no communists left in Poland. It could be the same in Iran, right? They have no popular support. They have no legitimacy. People don't believe in the ideology of the regime. And so it might not be like Gaza at all. It could be a situation that the regime falls, you see something new shoot up, something hopefully much more positive. As to the Crown Prince, it's very difficult to seriously evaluate what his level of support is. I don't know. But I do know this. If you have various opposition groups and they need someone that they can unite around, maybe they can unite around him. I mean, the truth is, we saw that he said publicly on 6 o'clock in the evening, Tehran time, go out in the street and protest, and people did. It didn't mean that everyone who protested was a monarchist and supports his return. It means, though, they accept him as some sort of figure that they can unite around, and maybe your Franco example is a good one. The question is, and once again, will these protests lead to regime change? Which, of course, we all hope they do. That's the best solution for everybody, right? Or do they lead to a situation where the regime stays in power and weakened, and then Trump is saying, well, if that happens, I'm going to use it to get that nuclear deal that we've been wanting for such a long time?
Mark, what is the best outcome that we can see? Obviously, barring regime change, maybe I should ask it differently. What is the least bad outcome that we can expect when all of the dust settles?
So you're right. The best outcome is the regime falls and Iran becomes a normal country, and we can have a good relationship with them, and they have a good relationship with their, and that's good for the Iranian people there, and so forth. The second outcome, which is better but still not good, is that somehow the regime is like maybe with Maduro. There's a change in the regime. It's still an authoritarian country, maybe still run by the extremist elements, but more pragmatic. They've agreed to some sort of deal with the Americans. They're not as aggressive. They spend, because of the crisis they went through, they spend more of their energy and their resources and their attention on internal problems in Iran and less on Hezbollah and Hamas and the Houthis and so forth. And between those two outcomes, it's a lot of grey, yes. I would argue, yes, the weakening of the Iranian regime in itself is a plus, and the Iranian regime is going to come out of this weaker, so that's in itself a plus. If there's a chance for serious regime change, that's such a game changer. That's so important for the people of Iran, for Israel, for all the countries of the region, for the world, that Iran would have a normal government. To paraphrase Carville, who famously said in the presidential campaign of 1992, it's the economy, stupid, and Clinton won on that basis. It's the regime, stupid, right? That's the fundamental problem. There's no reason why Iran should be fighting with the world. There's no reason why Israel and Iran are enemies. It's the regime, stupid.
Eric, we're running out of time, really, in 1 second, 1 minute or less. Give our viewers something to think about. What is the final sentiment that you think people should close up the show with?
So I think what the Iranian people are talking about now is long live Iran. It's not about anti-America, anti-Israel. My country, we're loath to be about in the nation-building business after Iraq and Afghanistan, but that would be a mistake. Each is different. And so the hope is that America is not just going to help precipitate a collapse and not be there to help the Iranian people going on, because it is going to be a bumpy ride.
Thank you so much. Now, unfortunately, we are out of time, but I really do want to thank our guests, Mosi, Raz, Mark, and Eric. Thank you so much for being here today. If you found this discussion valuable, please check out the ILTV podcast for a further series of in-depth interviews on YouTube, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Ayan Hoffman. Thanks for watching. We'll see you next time.
Step into the story of Israel's heartland with Blessed by Israel, where every purchase connects you to the land, the people, and the promise. Taste the sweetness of the promised land in their delicious honeys, or wear the story of the land close to your heart with the stunning Special Places of the Land necklace. Behind each product is a family, pioneers living in Judea and Samaria, crafting beauty and goodness from the soil of the Bible. When you buy their creations, you're not only receiving something extraordinary, you're investing in Israel's future, helping small businesses thrive and communities grow strong. Join a movement that celebrates faith, resilience, and hope. Visit blessedbyisrael.com and use ILTV's special code BLESSISRAEL, that's BLESSISRAEL, at checkout for 10% off on your first order. Be part of strengthening Israel, one purchase at a time.
Today we're making my favorite pastry recipe, and they happen to be kosher for Pesach, so I thought it'd be a perfect opportunity to share them with you. These loaded biscotti are delicious and crunchy, and the best part is you can personalize them by choosing your favorite toppings. Today we're gonna load them up with all my favorites.
Hi, I'm Rory of Full and Free. I'm a health coach, recipe developer, and busy mom. Let's go, Rory's on fire. I want to show you that healthy food can be delicious, quick and easy, and fit into your lifestyle without missing a beat.
I like it to stay, so you spray this. Obviously you do wash it. You see how it holds it on? Now we're gonna spray our hands. Have these with a cup of tea, bring these on your Halmai trips, or enjoy them anytime. They always hit the spot. looking at the camera, not at the board. Okay. Blah. I know. I heard it. Okay. Today we're going to put it together here. No. No. Stick with me till the end. I want to show you a great tip on how I keep my almond butter super creamy. With Yontif season behind us, it's back to routine. And for many of us, that means leaving the house with a cup of coffee. But that is not a full breakfast or a macro meal. And today I want to show you how you can upgrade your cold brew and turn it into a full balanced meal with a coffee date.
Hi, I'm Rory of Full and Free. I'm a health coach, recipe developer, and busy mom. Let's go, Rory's on fire. I want to show you that healthy food can be delicious, quick and easy, and fit into your lifestyle without missing a beat.
This cold, creamy coffee has it all. That first sip feeling and the full and free feeling. Enjoy. Okay, what do you think? Collagen queen herself. I actually don't drink coffee. Put collagen in like smoothies or smoothie bowls. What do you think?
It's so good.
Good combo, right? See, I couldn't make this up because I don't even drink coffee, my girl. So you can reduce the dates. Isn't that good? And you like the crunch?
It's good. I love it.
Okay. How do you collagen? I want to show you something about almond butter because we're going to be using almond butter in this recipe, but this applies to all nut butters or seed butters that don't have any additives. So if you're buying any kind of nut butter that just has one ingredient or nut and salt, you're going to notice that it's going to separate, and that is normal. So what I do when I have a new jar of nut butter, and you don't have to, you can definitely mix it by, with a spoon, but this definitely makes it come out super smooth. And I find when I blend this, it actually stays blended for about 2 to 3 months. So it's like you do it once, and then every time you want to enjoy your nut butter, it's well blended, as opposed to mixing it by spoon, and then I find that it actually continues to separate. So this is just my little tip that I wanted to add and show you. The bottom of the jar, the nut butter will typically be a little bit thicker, but once you blend it, it's all going to be uniform and it won't separate. Okay, and then you just zip it up. So for 30 seconds worth of work, every time you use your nut butter now, it is super creamy, no separating, no thicker chunks on the bottom, just nice, smooth, drippy almond butter. Check that out. It's even so smooth, you can just use it on a drizzle, on pancakes or on oatmeal bowls. And then I just put it right back into the jar and I enjoy it until it's done. 1 second, what am I saying? It's back. Do I have to do the whole thing over? Okay, quiet on set. Good. Good, let's go. One more time. Hi, I'm Rory of Full and Free. I'm a health coach, recipe developer, and busy mom. Let's go, Rory's on fire. I want to show you that healthy food can be delicious, quick and easy, and fit into your lifestyle without missing a beat.
When it comes to marathon cooking, efficiency is key. I'm going to show you how to make one marinade and knock 4 main dishes off of your menu. For an added bonus, you can use this marinade as a salad dressing on your favorite salads. Call it a marinade, call it a dressing. Either way, endless possibilities.
Hi, I'm Rory of Full and Free. I'm a health coach, recipe developer, and busy mom. Let's go, Rory's on fire. I want to show you that healthy food can be delicious, quick and easy, and fit into your lifestyle without missing a beat.
However your kids are going back to school this year, this super allergy-friendly snack is going to keep them focused and full for hours. These cookies are free of gluten, nuts, dairy, soy, eggs, and refined sugar. The perfect snack for back-to-school kids and back to normal moms.
Shavuos is coming, and we're always looking for a unique appetizer that's a crowd pleaser, and these baked sushi cups are your solution. Let's throw them together. They come together so fast, you're not even gonna believe it.
Hi, I'm Rory of Full and Free. I'm a health coach, recipe developer, and busy mom. Let's go, Rory's on fire. I want to show you that healthy food can be delicious, quick and easy, and fit into your lifestyle without missing a beat.
Love these so much, they're gonna become a regular on your dinner rotation. Enjoy. No, I'm losing it today. I'm losing it. Okay. Problems. No. Like looking at myself also not at the camera. Okay. No, it's like easy. It's easy. Come on. Okay, let's go. Wake up. Okay. Rory's on fire. Rory's on fire. Let's go.
Hi, I'm Rory of Full and Free. I'm a health coach, recipe developer, and busy mom. Let's go, Rory's on fire. I want to show you that healthy food can be delicious, quick and easy, and fit into your lifestyle without missing a beat. One of my favorite things to make in the winter is kabuchi squash. I know, you say kaboka, I say kabuchi. But more importantly than how you say it is how you pick it. So when you're looking for a kabuchi squash, kaboka squash, you want to look for an ugly, more dull colored squash. If it has orange or bumps, those are all really good signs. The squashes that look really bright green and are like super perfect, skip them. Today I want to show you how I make my creamy kabuchi squash soup. Warm, hearty, and filling, my definition of comfort food.
Cadam grape juice. It's all about the grapes.
Hi, I'm Rory of Full and Free. I'm a health coach, recipe developer, and busy mom. Let's go, Rory's on fire. I want to show you that healthy food can be delicious, quick and easy, and fit into your lifestyle without missing a beat. You're gonna fall in love with this autumn salad, perfect for sukkahs.
Enjoy this salad in the sukkah and all year round.
Hi, I'm Rory of Full and Free. I'm a health coach, recipe developer, and busy mom. Let's go, Rory's on fire. I want to show you that healthy food can be delicious, quick and easy, and fit into your lifestyle without missing a beat.
Today we're gonna make something so bright, so fresh, and so filling. Let's do this. This dish is packed with flavor. It smells incredible. Enjoy this for brunch or skip the cheese and use this as a par side dish for any meal. It's absolutely delicious. I hope you enjoy it.
Today we're making my favorite pastry recipe, and they happen to be kosher for Pesach, so I thought it'd be a perfect opportunity to share them with you. These loaded biscotti are delicious and crunchy, and the best part is you can personalize them by choosing your favorite toppings. Today we're gonna load them up with all my favorites.
Hi, I'm Rory of Full and Free. I'm a health coach, recipe developer, and busy mom. Let's go, Rory's on fire. I want to show you that healthy food can be delicious, quick and easy, and fit into your lifestyle without missing a beat.
I like it to stay, so you spray this. Obviously you do wash it. You see how it holds it on? Now we're gonna spray our hands. Have these with a cup of tea, bring these on your Halmai trips, or enjoy them anytime. They always hit the spot. Looking at the camera, not at the board. Okay. Blah, I know. I heard it. Okay. Today we're going to put it together here. No. No.
Step into the story of Israel's heartland with Blessed by Israel, where every purchase connects you to the land, the people, and the promise. Taste the sweetness of the promised land in their delicious honeys, or wear the story of the land close to your heart with the stunning Special Places of the Land necklace. Behind each product is a family, pioneers living in Judea and Samaria, crafting beauty and goodness from the soil of the Bible. When you buy their creations, you're not only receiving something extraordinary, you're investing in Israel's future, helping small businesses thrive and communities grow strong. Join a movement that celebrates faith, resilience, and hope. Visit blessedbyisrael.com and use ILTV's special code BLESSISRAEL, that's BLESSISRAEL, at checkout for 10% off on your first order. Be part of strengthening Israel, one purchase at a time.
Hey everyone, I'm Bosch, I'm the butcher.
I'm Yost, I'm the chef.
And welcome to another episode of Marble and Grain. Today's meat is the mock tender, or the kalkal. So right now, like I explained before, kalkal is Yiddish for round. The reason why they call this the mock tender is if we take a cut off of here and we make a medallion out of this, the medallion itself looks exactly like a piece of filet mignon or tenderloin. It's not as tender as the tenderloin, nowhere close, but that's why we have it in sous vide, and we're going to show you how to prepare it.
Here we have the mock tender that was in the sous vide at 131 for 24 hours. I already dried it off.
It's very important to dry off the meat because otherwise the moisture on the top of the meat is going to evaporate and steam the meat instead of the meat itself getting browned in the pan. That will overcook the meat and it won't be at the temperature that you want it to be, that you set from sous vide.
Help me out there, Bosch. There we go.
A little pepper.
Okay.
So with sous vide meat, I like to oil the meat instead of the pan because the pan's right now nice and hot. We're gonna add a little oil on top.
There we go.
And rub it. This way you get less smoke and the oil still will work as a conductor in the pan.
Oh, listen to that sear. Beautiful.
This is where it begins, with farm-raised cattle on the rolling fields of American grasslands. Top quality is not just something we say around here. It's what we believe in. That's why we go above and beyond to exceed your culinary expectations by delivering top-tier, restaurant-grade Black Angus beef. Crafted, cut, and packaged under strict supervision. Only the finest cuts make it onto your plate. Explore our carefully curated selection from the comfort of home. Indulge in the art of flavor. Savor each bite, knowing that you've chosen the very best. Marble and Grain.
Now this doesn't need a lot of time because it already was cooked to 131 for 24 hours. So we're just gonna go ahead and we're gonna sear it on both sides.
We just want to see a sear on it. We don't care about cooking it through. We already know what temperature it is. So we want to preserve that temperature and just get
a good crust. We're looking for a good crust.
And get that Maillard effect, which is that roastiness once again. And that's how we're just going to finish it, because it's already fully cooked.
And while we're here, you can also do this as a medallions when they're thin like that and sear them down like that as well.
If you're going to do it as a medallion, I'd say that you should probably do a regular sear nut or a reverse sear. So you would cook this, you would either sear it in the pan first and then bring it up to temperature in the oven, or bring it up to temperature in the oven, just like we did with sous vide, and then sear it afterwards. Yep.
We're getting there. We're getting there. Another minute. Another.
I
chicken that side. You flip it. I just want to get some more of that
brown,
crusty.
Okay.
Oh, it smells so good.
So after the sear, just so you can see, we'll cut right into it. You don't need to rest because it's already rested, and you have here a perfect medium rare steak, no gray band, and still the crust on the outside.
And you can slice it like a roast. You can slice it like steaks. Then the individual people give them medallions.
It's at this point, it's tender as anything. Beautiful. This is actually now as tender as a tenderloin because of the
sous vide.
Sous vide, because of the thermal breakdown of the muscle structures, you're able to keep it at a low temperature, but still break down connective tissue and make it tender. Thank you for joining us today for the mock tender. We look forward to having you again for the next Marble and Grain show. Look for this cut either as a roast or as medallions on marbleandgrain.com.
Thanks for joining.
I'm the butcher.
I'm Yost, I'm the chef.
Welcome to Marble and Green. So today we have our money cut. I know I've been promising you at the end of every episode, next episode we're doing the rib steaks. Now we're finally doing the rib steaks.
Ta-da!
So we have two rib steaks. We have our tomahawk cut with a longer bone and what we call our cowboy steak, which is a thicker cut with a short bone. All the bones are Frenched, which means the meat on the top and on the sides has been cleaned off, and they're ready for your presentation, your cooking. Sios, how are we cooking this one today?
We're gonna reverse sear it.
Okay.
And we're gonna throw it in the oven at 250 till it gets to about 125. We're gonna use a probe. There you go.
When we're using a probe, we want to make sure that we hit the middle of the meat. Basically, we want to get if it's an uneven piece of meat, we want to get the middle of the fattest area on the meat. Yes, once again, we're not judging.
Give it a little bit of salt and pepper.
Let's spice it up.
There we go.
All right, so we have a raised rack on our sheet pan. That way it allows airflow underneath, and the meat, when it's sitting on the bottom, doesn't get soggy. It allows airflow to come underneath and also for the juices to drip down, which we'll use later in a pan sauce. All right, we're gonna put this in the oven and we'll come back in a little bit.
This is where it begins, with farm-raised cattle on the rolling fields of American grasslands. Top quality is not just something we say around here. It's what we believe in. That's why we go above and beyond to exceed your culinary expectations by delivering top-tier, restaurant-grade Black Angus beef. Crafted, cut, and packaged under strict supervision. Only the finest cuts make it onto your plate. Explore our carefully curated selection from the comfort of home. Indulge in the art of flavor. Savor each bite, knowing that you've chosen the very best. Marble and Grain.
All right, our steak is ready. We've hit 120. Let's pull this out of the oven. We're gonna take the probe out because we don't need that anymore. And let's bring this over so you can sear this. Ooh, look at that beautiful steak.
Oh,
Chef
wow.
Yost.
Look at that. That's nice. All right, so we're just gonna sear that. Ah. Gonna add a sprig of thyme, sprig of rosemary, and the garlic.
You can smell the rosemary, you can smell the garlic, the thyme, everything. I wish you guys could smell this at home. It is.
Oh, it's fantastic. She wants me to do the pan sauce. Okay, so now we're gonna let it rest. We can make a quick wine reduction sauce. We're keeping our herbs in there, and we're gonna put back our garlic in afterwards. We're gonna watch out for that smoke. Ooh, that's hot. You can smell that alcohol burning off.
So Yost, when would you tilt it back and flambe?
Hold on. I'm not flambeing here today. I get a little bit more herbs in there. If I had a knife, I would chop up that garlic and throw it in. And then really what you're trying to do is get all those pan tidbits of little meat flavor bursts. Now really let it reduce out because you want to cook out all that alcohol. The alcohol burns first. So get all that alcohol and just get that really wine and aromatic flavor back in. Bosch always has a knife nearby, so thank God for that. There's other ways to do this. This I'm just doing a really quick reduction. There's ways to, before you put in the wine, you can add some flour to the fat and make a quick roux to give it, more of a thickener consistency.
Do a red eye gravy.
But just the herbs, wine, the pan drippings from that steak and garlic is really all I need. A little bit of salt and pepper to finish if you think it needs it. So are we gonna slice this up?
I'm ready to slice this up. So what I like to do first is I like to slice down the bone, take the bone off as one piece. Look at that gorgeous color inside.
Wow, that's nice.
Right now, take off the tail meat first, which is the end part of, it's another muscle attached to the ribeye that sits at the end by the bone. And there's usually a big fat cap on top. I like to cut that off and then slice that into a few pieces. Then I like to take the rib eye cap, also known as the crescent
or the
surprise or the surprise. Very tender, very flavorful. And since we cooked this reverse sear, it didn't overcook, even though it's a small piece on the outside of the eye itself.
Some people even find that more prized than the eye of the ribeye. Again, it's about personal flavor preference.
Now we're going to go to the eye, trim off those little bits of fat because those are what I like to snack on. Toss a little bit into his pan.
Oh, love the fat in it. There we go.
Here he is.
Remember, fat is flavor.
Perfectly cooked, perfectly seasoned, and that wine reduction is going to add so much to it.
As towards the end, I like to season towards the end. Some pepper, some salt.
You see how there's almost no gray band around the outside because we cooked it at a low temperature till it came to temp and then seared it. And we didn't sear it very long. We just got a crust on the outside. So we maintained the internal temperature, so therefore nothing overcooked. Put that last piece there, and we are ready for our sauce, Chef.
All right, so here we go. This is a thyme, rosemary, garlic wine reduction. And again, it's not thick. It's more of a jus than a thickened sauce. That's because I like it to just let the steak...
Let it complement the steak.
Yeah, let it absorb it. Yeah, just like that's it. It's perfect.
Don't let it cover up the taste of the meat. The meat shines through, the wine shines through, the aromatic shines through. It's all just levels of flavor, levels of flavor.
And it's gluten-free.
Ooh. So we hope you guys have enjoyed. Look forward to the next episode here at Marble and Grain. Remember, all these cuts are available at marbleandgrain.com or kosh.com under Marble and Grain. Enjoy. Please share with your family.
Have a great day.
Hi, I'm Bosch, I'm the butcher.
I'm Yost, I'm the chef.
And welcome to Marble and Grain. So in this episode, we're going to take a brisket and break it down into your point and your flat, your first and second cut.
There you go.
Most butchery, everything is done by seams. Every muscle is connected to the other muscles with either fat or connective tissue. Here, the first and second cut, your point and your flat, have fat running between the two. So what we're going to do is we're going to find that fat seam, and we're just going to cut through the fat till we get to our two pieces. I like to use a boning knife, which is slightly flexible, so I can get in there and not have to worry about
cutting through flesh.
Exactly.
It's basically follow the yellow brick road.
This is where it begins, with farm-raised cattle on the rolling fields of American grasslands. Top quality is not just something we say around here. It's what we believe in. That's why we go above and beyond to exceed your culinary expectations by delivering top-tier, restaurant-grade Black Angus beef. Crafted, cut, and packaged under strict supervision. Only the finest cuts make it onto your plate. Explore our carefully curated selection from the comfort of home. Indulge in the art of flavor. Savor each bite, knowing that you've chosen the very best. Marble and Grain.
You see right here, you have the two pieces with a big fat seam in the middle. As we cut through that fat seam, two muscles are going to come right apart. I remember I once had a friend come over and ask me, oh, show me how to break a brisket down. So I said, sure, come bring a brisket and I'll show you. I forgot to tell him to bring a defrosted brisket. That was a fun day.
I would not want to be doing that.
It took a while. It hurt.
So I see, so there's a lot of fat on both sides.
Yep.
And they're just cutting straight through the middle of it.
Just cutting straight through the middle. We're gonna hit some points where the muscle goes up, the muscle goes down, but we want to stay mostly in that fat. And a lot of it, we can just pull. They call it blunt force dissection. And there we go.
You got it.
And now we have our flat here, or our first cut, and we have our second cut, the points.
And why is it first and second? Because it's on the animal, on the outside animal? Like, why is it first and second?
I haven't figured that out. I'm assuming that they call it first cut because it's leaner, and they call it second cut because it's fattier.
Okay.
But we'd have to go back to the 50s.
Got it.
When someone came up with this name and decided to sell it like that. So, I mean, Yost, how would you cook these two?
Oh, totally separate. So this is beautiful second cut. I would braise this, low and braise this, and obviously sear first for color and flavor. And then I would just braise it in the oven about 3 hours, 325 I like for brisket.
What temperature would you go at finish it?
I would finish it either, I would do it high just to get some color, in it, or I would, depends on what I'm serving and when, if it's a Shabbos, not Shabbos, I would also post-sear it as well.
Okay.
Just for presentation. And then the first cut, I also would, I would braise it, and I also put a lot more flavor in it because it doesn't have as much fat.
And fat is flavor.
And fat is flavor, so that's how I do it. A lot more aromatics, a lot more garlic, a lot more. I would do it with wine, give something else to really just enhance the flavor.
Keep it a little moister. Personally, I would do this dry. I would do the point dry, roasted at 225 till I hit an internal temperature of 195 to 200 degrees. At that point, it should be fork or knife tender, where your knife's just gonna go straight in without any resistance. And the first cut, I would either cut it I'd take off all the fat, cut it along the lines into strips, marinate it, and then dehydrate it into beef jerky.
Got it.
Or I would braise this.
Right.
I'm not a huge fan of braised meat, but...
Right, but you're going to leave the fat on as much as you can for the braise.
Yes.
Okay. You scare me when you say taking off fat in the first cut.
That's just for jerky.
Okay.
I mean, no matter what, you might want to trim off.
Not everyone has a Mad Lab jerky lab in their basement. I'm just saying.
It's in the backyard now. We moved.
Okay.
So at Marble and Grain, we stand for good cuts and good meat. As you see, we know our cuts, we know our meat.
And the quality our quality is second to none. Welcome to the Marble and Grain Show. I'm Chef Yos.
I'm Bosch the Butcher.
And today we are doing the art of braising. What did you bring for us from Marble and Grain today, Bosch?
So I brought gorgeous, gorgeous shanks. We have two types of shanks today. We have lamb shanks, which are full shank. The bone is whole. You still have all the marrow going through the bone, and you have these gorgeous lamb shanks. With lamb, when you smell them, you should smell a little bit of fresh grass, but it shouldn't stink. There shouldn't be any real odor. That's how you know it's a fresh piece of lamb. And look at the color, nice dark red. Since we're braising, we don't want to take off the silver skin because that silver skin is going to cook down in our braise. So here, Yos, we'll get started.
All right, we have a little bit of salt and pepper right here. I'm just gonna.
So Yos, what is it you're doing now?
So now I'm seasoning it. We're building levels of flavor. I'm seasoning the lamb shank with salt and pepper and some mixture of herbs.
Herbs de Provence?
Herbs de Provence, which is, if I remember correctly, thyme, rosemary, sage, and something else.
Well, that's good enough for me.
What we want to do is we really want to get a good sear on this. We're going to put it down. You hear that sizzle? That means that it's working to start building a Maillard reaction.
So I'm going to give you two more to go. We're not going to want to crowd the pan. Yos, so how is this different than a cholent? I mean, with the cholent, we're going to be throwing things in. We don't brown meat with the cholent.
So cholent is not really a braise. Cholent is a stew that is, everything gets thrown in it. It's kind of a set it and forget it. Here we are actually building flavors in the braise, and we are definitely not making the final liquid is going to be more of a sauce-like consistency than an actual stew-like consistency.
So we're going to be cooking this at a lower temperature so that your muscle fibers don't contract as much and more of the juices stay within the meat.
Yeah, and we really wanted to also break down all that hard fibers and collagen.
Do we have room in the pan for one more?
For a mini one.
We don't want to crowd the pan, so we have room for the meat to cook, and we're not just building up steam in there, which is not going to allow for the browning effect. So, Yos,
do not cover the pan.
I want to talk a little bit about two types of shins and shanks. So here we have the lamb. This was cut for the whole lamb leg. So you see, you have this long bone right here, and around it you have the shin meat. Here, these are beef ossobuco, where we cut across the bone. So you see that both of them have the same bone and the same meat inside them. One market weight steer are 10 times the weight of a lamb. I mean, this lamb probably weighed 125 pounds, and this steer probably weighed 1,800. But you get these gorgeous circles. This allows the collagen to come out easier into the stew, thickening the liquid, or into the liquid in the braise, thickening that liquid and giving it this gorgeous, creamy, velvety texture.
So I happen to love beef ossobuco because of the, circle of love right there, that all that bone marrow butter is literally seeping into the beef as it's cooking slowly. It just really just melts it, and it's such a good flavor. A lot of people only kind of think of ossobuco when it comes to veal, but it's a cheaper cut. It's a very flavorful cut. It's very beefy. I love it.
I use the beef ossobuco usually for Yemenite soup because you get the gorgeous deep flavor in the soup, or like beef and barley soup, because it thickens up that soup very nicely, and the meat holds together because it's such a tough meat.
Right.
It can sit with a stew or a braise.
All right, next step, we developed a really nice, on one side so far.
Let's see.
A really nice crust. You can see that. And we're just developing it on the other side. And soon we're gonna deglaze with some Baron Herzog Cabernet.
So explain deglazing to us.
Deglazing is when you, after you seared anything, there's bits of fond or fun, I like to call them.
The little brown
The
bits
little
of
brown
flavor.
bits on the flavor. There's so much impactful flavor there. It's caramelized, it's rich. You can flavor your braise any way you want.
Say I don't
Garlic, aromatics.
Say I don't have red wine. Can I use water?
I like to say I prefer to use everything but water, but you could use water, but any liquid that has flavor in it. Coca-Cola is fun to braise with.
I
You can
never
use
thought of
Coke.
that.
Yeah. Juices, obviously stocks, soups and stuff like that. Not thickened soups. But
Don't juices have too much sugar in them? Wouldn't they burn?
not when it's in a braise.
Okay.
It'll evaporate out. It'll be fine. The alcohol also evaporates out for those that are worried about having that alcoholic flavor when they're cooking. Okay, so now I'm going to take these off for a minute.
We'll rest them here.
That smell. That smell is so good. That
It's that
lammy
roast,
smell.
It's that roast smell that you get when you brown meat. It's delicious.
All right.
Here's some Baron Herzog.
All right, so I like to deglaze. You're gonna see that? Ooh, there we go. Lower that, please.
Now, are we going to reduce the wine at all? Are we going to cook it down, or are we leaving it just as it is?
Well, no, I'm gonna leave it as it is because I'm gonna just get those bits off and I'm gonna put that back in. I would add any, extra vegetables at that time as well.
Okay.
And then I'm gonna put it in a oven at 275 to 300, depending on your oven, and I'm gonna cover it and
But
let
we're
it go.
not pouring wine over to cover the entire meat. We're just putting a...
No, it's not a soup, it's a braise. So really, from 1/3 to half max of liquid covering.
Okay.
On it. And then you can also flip your meat in the middle of the braise. The braise is a long time. You want it to
So that'll allow
2-3
the
hours.
meat sticking out of the liquid to develop more color and continue developing the Maillard effect. So therefore we get more of that roasty flavor on the meat.
Yep.
All right.
All right, so I deglaze now with this. I prefer to deglaze with a wooden spatula, but
I don't think we have one
right now. So deglaze,
Let me get you the cover.
more aromatics, like my fresh herbs here, some more salt and pepper. I gotta flavor it. I'm gonna put this back in. You can add in, again, here's when you add in any vegetables. Ooh, nice.
Looks delicious. Especially
I
that
cannot
brown
wait.
bits right there.
Yes, the brown bits are what's the most fun. Okay, so now we're just covering it and we're gonna put it in a 275 to 300 degree oven right here.
Let me get that for
Bosch,
you.
please open sesame.
So we also want to make sure that it's not on the top rack and not on the bottom rack. We want it right in the middle, which should be your most even heat in the oven. All right.
And
we've already preheated the oven, so we're all ready to go.
And I'm gonna, if I would set a timer, I'm gonna set a timer to check it in about an hour and a half. Bosch, I'm gonna go, I think it's ready. It's been 3 hours, 275.
Let's pull it.
Let's see what's going on. Oh, that smell.
I can
Nothing
smell
like
it from
was-
here.
Oh, beautiful.
Put it down.
Oh my God.
You get the herbs, you get the wine.
It's just aromatic, hits you with the wine. Oh, it's beautiful.
Let's check the meat. Ah, Yost, look at
Is
that.
it fork tender? Because that's what I'm like, oh my goodness. Do you guys see that? Oh, that's probably plastic fork tender, but we don't have a plastic fork.
Look at the color. You've already absorbed so much of the wine.
It's like a different type of red. It's a rich red.
And the sauce itself, you're cooking down. You're a lot thicker than we started. Over a little rice, I think this would be
I was
amazing.
about to say, plate it in a bowl over rice, couscous, Moroccan style, you know what I'm saying? Just, or any grain, farro. This really is good with grain or a mashed potato. Love it with a mashed potato. And then that, and then the best part is, whatever you're putting it on, the grain, this is your flavor. The sauce is your flavor. You can make that grain plain.
It looks beautiful.
Wow, and look at it, just pulling off the bone, clear, beautiful.
That's a work of art.
Oh my God. Nothing like that in a cold, rainy winter day like it is today. You can't see outside the studio, but it is raining.
Everyone
beautiful.
look for the lamb shanks on Coach.com exclusively from Marble and Green.
Also, the beef ossobuco that we were talking about before, we didn't finish it because space, but
Exact same process.
and fantastic and very economical.
We'll see you soon on Marble and Green.
Thanks for joining us.
Imagine earning your master's degree on top of Mount Carmel, where forest meets sea and where every day brings a new cultural, academic, and personal adventure. This is the multi-experience at U Haifa International. Here, students from around the world live and learn together in Israel's most culturally diverse city, meeting new people, discovering new perspectives, and shaping their own Israel experience.
There's people from different countries, from different religions and different languages. Somehow we are all very similar.
At U Haifa, academics meet real life. You don't just study, you experience Israel up close, explore Haifa's mountain ocean city life, and build global friendships that last a lifetime.
It's not just a degree, it's an experience. It opens your mind, your network, and your world.
U Haifa International. Master your mind, live your Israel experience.
Welcome to ILTV's Israel Daily. I'm Emily Schrader, and coming up in today's newscast, President Trump calls on Iranians to continue protests against the regime, promising help is on the way. Israel severs ties with 7 UN agencies over long-standing anti-Israel bias. As anti-Semitism surges globally, Israel approves new plan to encourage immigration. Help is on its way. U.S. President Donald Trump is calling on Iranians to keep protesting and to take over state institutions as the death toll at mass demonstrations against the Islamic Republic continues to rise. Trump has yet to indicate what form the help will take or how long it may take to arrive. But this afternoon, U.S. bases in Qatar were partially evacuated. Meanwhile, the Islamic Republic continues to pretend the uprising is over, even whilst the country has been cut off from the internet for over 5 days. As it attempts to project strength, 5 major Iranian banks, including Bank SEPA, are on the verge of total collapse. ILTV's Steve Leibowitz has been following the latest developments.
U.S. President Donald Trump said he's canceled all meetings with Iranian officials until the deadly crackdown ends, but did not specify what form the help he promised might take or when it might be delivered, leaving America's next steps unclear. Trump has also warned that those responsible for killing protesters will pay a big price, even as he says American pressure, including potential military, cyber, or economic action, is still under active consideration.
Iran is on my mind when I see the kind of death that is happening over there, we think. So we're going to get some accurate numbers. I'll have it in about 20 minutes. We'll get some accurate numbers as to what's happening with regard to the killing. The killing looks like it's significant, but we don't know yet for certain. I'll know within 20 minutes. So, and we'll act accordingly.
Do you think it's going to be something kinetic like that, or more like cyber?
Well, I can't tell you that. I know exactly what it would be. We have to make a decision. But I can't be. Obviously, I can't be telling you.
Insiders say Trump is less enthusiastic than before last year's strikes on Iranian nuclear facilities. Some call the new strike a coin flip. Concerns include operational failure, escalation, or Iran collapsing into chaos, or a more militant regime. The National Security Council is reviewing options including economic pressure, cyber attacks, or targeted action, without recommending a course. Iranian authorities report about 2,000 people killed in the unrest, a figure they offered publicly in an unusual acknowledgement. But U.S. and foreign sources say the real toll is higher. The U.S.-based human rights activist news agency, relied on by Israel and other governments, say at least 2,571 people have been killed, including protesters, security forces, children, and civilians, and more than 18,000 have been detained across the country. Estimates vary widely, with opposition-aligned media claiming up to 12,000 casualties or even higher figures as communication gaps slow confirmation. Meanwhile, Reza Pahlavi, the exiled son of Iran's last Shah, said opposition forces are ready to step in if the clerical regime collapses, and he urged U.S. lawmakers to back measures that empower Iranians. Axios reported that White House envoy Steve Witkoff met with Pahlavi over the weekend to discuss the protests in Iran. Pahlavi called for support from free nations that stand on the right side of history.
Arab states are reportedly pressuring the U.S. to hold off on any military strike against Iran, and some have reported that Israeli officials also requested a delay, believing that the Iranian regime is not yet weak enough for such action to result in regime change. Reports from NBC News cite sources, including U.S. officials, indicating a strong preference to wait until the regime is more vulnerable. In recent talks, Israeli officials have expressed support for American efforts to instigate regime change, but raised concerns that military action alone might not be sufficient. They recommended alternative strategies to undermine the Islamic Republic regime, such as supporting protesters, boosting economic sanctions, engaging in cyber attacks, and targeted strikes against key leaders. Arab officials have also reportedly shown reservations about an imminent U.S. strike, with some repeating the regime's arguments that such actions could unify Iranians with the regime. However, political interests related to oil are far more likely the key determinant of the Arab states' position on U.S. intervention in the Iranian uprisings. Well, joining us now to discuss the current situation in Iran is the advocacy director at NUFTI, the National Union for Democracy in Iran, and a former political prisoner himself in Iran, Navid Mohebi. Navid, thank you so much for joining us today. I want to start by asking you, what is the current status of the protests as it stands today?
Thank you for having me on. For 16 days, brave Iranian men and women took to the street challenging the regime. But we saw what happened. Just 2 days ago, we realized that the Islamic Republic regime massacred more than 12,000 Iranians in the street. And so the regime was able to at least put a pause on the ongoing protests. But I think that this is not going to be the end of a story. Revolution is a marathon, is not a 2 weeks event. So we are going to see another form of resistance from the Iranian people, whether in the street or through other civil disobedience in the country. I think that no nation is destined to be slaughtered, tortured, or massacred. And I think it's time for the international community to intervene and change the balance in favor of the Iranian people. And I hope that President Trump moves quickly and strike the leaders inside the regime. What we need, I think, is a large-scale air campaign against the regime. I've always said this, the most effective way to deal with this regime is to decapitate the leadership. I think there are roughly 50 or 60 decision makers at the top. And I think that once they are targeted, the mid-levels official, they're going to lose their will to fight, and they're not going to resist. I think at this moment, Israel, after all the promises that they have made, I think they also must come to the aid of Iranian people. I think Israel needs to step up in a much bigger way. Expectation inside Iran are extremely high.
You know, Naveed, you brought up something interesting. I do want to ask you, because we're hearing right now a lot of Western pundits speaking really over Iranians in the past few weeks and claiming that the people are against foreign intervention. But we hear voices on the ground saying otherwise. I'd love to settle this debate. Do Iranians want help, military help from the U.S. and/or Israel, or not?
Absolutely. You know what? Internet was shut down, but there were a very small number of people that were able to reach out to the outside world through Starlink. And we have seen so many messages and voice messages from inside the country, people begging for international help. They understand that in order to bring down the regime, international community support is absolutely necessary, because this regime is armed to the teeth and is willing to kill to the last person. Every day I'm checking the Iranian regime's outlets. They are vowing for more crackdown. They are arresting more people. So dark days are ahead of Iranian people if we don't see international community's intervention in Iran. As I mentioned earlier in my at the start of the interview, no nation is the same to be slaughtered, tortured, or massacred. Iranians have shown their resolve that they don't want this regime, but for whatever reason, this regime is ruthless and they overpower them. So we need to change the balance of power in favor of the Iranians. And the only way that we can deal with this regime, and the only thing that this regime understands, is the American might. We all remember during the first round of Iran-Israel war, we have seen so many dead bodies of regime officials piled up. And so the regime understands that when they understand that Israel or United States, they're not defenseless Iranian people that can be easily slaughtered. So the situation is going to be much different. So absolutely, you will see Iranian regime apologies outside the country opposing foreign intervention. You know what? I think this is the moment, it's a moral test for the international community. I think for generations to come, they're going to ask them, what have you done when Iranian people were being massacred? What have you done when Iranian people asked your help? Let's not forget, I remember watching interviews of President Bill Clinton. He was asked, what is your biggest regret during your time of presidency? He said, I should have intervened in Rwanda genocide. Why? Because I was the only one who could prevent it, and I could save more than 300,000 lives. So the international community's intervention is absolutely necessary. I think we should ignore some of these so-called pundits, in Washington, D.C., who are regime apologists, and listen to the voice of Iranian people inside the country.
All right, we have to leave it at that. But I want to thank you, Naveed Mohabbi, for joining us today.
Thank you for having me on.
Imagine earning your master's degree on top of Mount Carmel, where forest meets sea and where every day brings a new cultural, academic, and personal adventure. This is the multi-experience at U Haifa International. Here, students from around the world live and learn together in Israel's most culturally diverse city, meeting new people, discovering new perspectives, and shaping their own Israel experience.
There's people from different countries, from different religions and different languages. Somehow we are all very similar.
At U Haifa, academics meet real life. You don't just study, you experience Israel up close, explore Haifa's mountain ocean city life, and build global friendships that last a lifetime.
It's not just a degree, it's an experience. It opens your mind, your network, and your world.
U Haifa International. Master your mind, live your Israel experience.
U.S. President Donald Trump is today expected to announce the second phase of his plan to end the war in Gaza, even as fighting continues on the ground and key issues, including the return of the final hostage Ron Gvili and Hamas disarmament, remain unresolved. ILTV's Devo Klein has the latest.
According to reports in Washington, the plan, due to be announced today, includes the creation of a new international body, the Peace Council for Gaza, tasked with overseeing developments in the Strip. The council is expected to be headed by former UN Middle East envoy Nikolai Mladenov. The reports also say a Palestinian technocratic government would be established to administer Gaza and replace Hamas rule. The Trump administration is also expected to announce the appointment of 15 Palestinian technocrats to temporarily run Gaza under a body to be known as the International Committee for the Administration of Gaza. The committee would handle day-to-day civil affairs, while Mladenov is expected to oversee implementations as part of the U.S.-led Peace Council for Gaza. Details on a proposed international stabilization force have not yet been decided. The announcement is expected despite Hamas still holding the body of Israeli hostage Ran Gvili, and without any public commitment from Hamas to disarm. Just last week, Prime Minister Netanyahu said an understanding had been reached with President Trump that the Rafah border crossing would remain closed until the hostage is returned. Hamas says its delegation has arrived in Cairo for talks on the second phase of the ceasefire. The delegation is led by senior Hamas official Khalil al-Haya and is meeting with Egyptian mediators. According to Hamas, the talks will address the opening of the Rafah crossing, the formation of an independent Palestinian technocratic commission, and the withdrawal of Israeli forces. Meanwhile, it's day 831 of the war in Gaza. The IDF says Israeli troops clashed with armed terrorists in southern Gaza in an incident the military describes as a violation of the ceasefire. According to the IDF, field observers identified 6 armed terrorists in western Rafah, near Israeli forces operating in the area. Tanks were dispatched and opened fire. The terrorists then shot at one of the tanks, triggering an exchange of fire. There were also targeted airstrikes, killing the gunmen. The military says troops are continuing to search the area for the remaining gunmen, and that forces remain on high alert across southern Gaza, even as diplomatic efforts to move to Phase 2 continue.
Jerusalem has taken a major step amid growing frustration over what it calls systemic and long-standing anti-Israel bias. Foreign Minister Gideon Sa'ar announced that Israel is severing ties with 7 UN agencies effective immediately, saying they have failed to act professionally, have singled out Israel, or have become platforms for political attacks. The agencies include the UN Office for Children and Armed Conflict, UN Women, the UN Conference on Trade and Development, the UN Economic and Social Commission for Western Asia, the UN Alliance of Civilizations, UN Energy, and the Global Forum on Migration and Development. The Foreign Ministry says the decision follows a series of moves at the UN since the October 7th attacks, which Israel says have demonstrated a pattern of double standards and moral failure. Israel ended cooperation with the UN Office for Children and Armed Conflict after it placed the IDF on a blacklist alongside terror organizations including Hamas, ISIS, and Boko Haram. Jerusalem also withdrew from UN Women, accusing the agency of deliberately ignoring sexual violence committed against Israeli women during the October 7th massacre. Officials say other agencies produced what they called virulent anti-Israel reports, promoted political agendas under the guise of human rights, or reflected an inefficient and bloated UN bureaucracy. The Foreign Ministry says the move is part of a broader review of Israel's relationship with the United Nations, as Jerusalem signals it will no longer cooperate with bodies it believes undermine Israel's security or legitimacy. Israel and Germany have signed a historic security partnership, marking a major step in joint defense against shared threats, with Israel's leadership in defense, cybersecurity, and advanced technology now formally recognized on the global stage. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu linked Iran's growing threat to regional and international stability to the new Defense and Cybersecurity Pact signed in Jerusalem with German Interior Minister Alexander Dobrindt. Netanyahu said Iran and its proxies, Hezbollah, Hamas, and the Houthis, pose a direct danger not only to Israel, but to the entire region and beyond. The agreement establishes deep cooperation in cybersecurity, counterterrorism, and advanced technologies, and signals a clear commitment to joint security action. Minister Dobrindt called the pact a new strategic level of partnership rooted in Germany's historic responsibility and its commitment to Israel's security. Netanyahu highlighted existing defense cooperation, including the delivery of Israel's Arrow 3 missile defense system to Germany last December, capable of intercepting long-range ballistic missiles. The prime minister said the agreement underscores Israel's strengthening ties with major powers, adding that Israel is, quote, on an upward trend in security and international cooperation, despite pressure from parts of Europe.
I attach enormous importance to the cooperation, overall cooperation between Israel and Germany, and especially Israel and Germany on this question of cybersecurity, which is one of the main threats to our internal security and in many ways also our infrastructure and other threats.
An Israeli-Argentinian man imprisoned in Venezuela for more than a year has been released and has returned home to Israel following an intensive multi-country diplomatic effort led by Israel and its allies. The Prime Minister's office confirmed that Yaakov Harari, 72, landed in Israel yesterday after being held by the Venezuelan regime since January 2025. Harari had traveled to South America in the spring of 2024 for business purposes, including to Venezuela, when he was detained. He was convicted in absentia and sentenced to 25 years in prison on allegations of terrorism and sabotage, charges for which Caracas provided no public evidence. He was arrested as part of a broad sweep in which Venezuela detained around 125 people, mostly U.S. citizens, accusing them of participating in an alleged U.S.-backed coup plot. Claims denied and apparently politically motivated. Harari was handed over to the community rabbi in Caracas, transferred to a third country not publicly identified, and from there flown to Israel. Upon his return, Harari told Israeli officials he witnessed what he described as severe and harsh conditions inside the Venezuelan prison system. Prime Minister Netanyahu spoke with Harari and his two daughters, thanking Israeli security and diplomatic teams, as well as the United States, Germany, Austria, and other partner governments for their assistance. Well, Jewish National Fund USA's Faculty Fellowship Program in Israel recently wrapped up, the program bringing non-Jewish American college and university professors to Israel for an immersive, eye-opening experience. Today, we're speaking with two distinguished participants, Paul Yankee and Kathy Elias, to share how this trip helped shape their perspectives and strengthen their narratives. Paul and Kathy, thank you both for joining us today.
Thank you, Eva. Glad to be here.
Now, how have your preconceived notions of Israel been challenged? Paul, let's start with you.
Thank you. I have been very excited about being in Israel and experiencing Israel. I came very curious. And the preconceived elements that I might have had was that there was very much a living under pressure, but what I also saw was a stronger resilience and a stronger resolve than I had expected. And with that, great insight, great ability, and also a very caring heart in many different ways. So I didn't come with necessarily super strong preconceptions one way or the other. I had a great respect already for Israel coming from my days working in technology and the intelligence that they bring into that space. And so I was really wanting to understand more how this all works, how these countries that are having such disparate views on things able to coincide together.
And Kathy, can you share from your perspective your experience as well?
Well, I want to point out that I'm coming this time on the faculty fellowship as an ambassador. So I've been here before, and so this is the second time around. And so I'm looking at very different things. The first time around, a lot of what Paul said, looking at all the innovation, looking at all the really wonderful things that have gone on in terms of research and all in Israel. But this time I've come and I've tried to focus more on the people. And coming from a university that had a lot of problems and a lot of negative actions on campus, I tried to talk to a lot of students also when I was here. And one of the things, I want to bring back that I think is extremely important to our students is just how much many of the students here, of course, are very similar in what they like about government, what they don't like about government, their criticisms, but also their desire to live the same kind of good life and their willingness to really want to engage with students in the United States and be heard.
Paul, what will you be taking back with you to campus from what you've learned or experienced here on the program?
I'll first off say we've had a very full 12 days of visiting a lot of different universities, a lot of different organizations, businesses, museums. And I will tell you, my mind is still very much processing. I'm looking forward to bringing all this together, letting it gel. But one thing that I have seen is I think there's a great need in my university setting and in my element of the areas of influence I have to consider more the consequences of things. And that's something that I've definitely seen be very paramount in Israel is consequences are real and deep for everything that comes up. And I think there can be this context of not considering always the consequences, how it plays out to all the related constituents to different elements that come up. So that's one piece that I want to bring out. I also want to bring more of a perspective of what's really happening, what's really going on. I think when you're able to experience different cultures, different areas, the best way, without any question, to do it is to actually be there. And JNF affords that possibility for people, particularly for academics in this situation.
All right, Kathy, Elias, and Paul Yankee, thank you so much, both of you, for joining us today and sharing with us your insights and experiences.
Thank you very much for having us.
Let's take a look at the weather forecast. Cloudy skies are expected around most of the country tonight, with temperatures reaching lows of 9 degrees Celsius or 52 degrees Fahrenheit. Then tomorrow we'll see cloudy skies alongside steady temperatures, seeing highs of 17 degrees Celsius or 59 degrees Fahrenheit. And that's a wrap for today's news. For the latest updates from Israel on all your devices, be sure to follow our ILTV channels and keep up with us on social media. That's ILTV_Israel on all platforms. Stay informed with the latest news straight from the heart of Israel. I'm Emily Schrader. Be well, and thank you for watching.
The collapse of the regime will happen. People of Iran has always been ready to pay the price. But we need to be careful about the situation now and the situation after that transition, because either we're going to end up, as we discuss a lot nowadays, with a great Iran, or we're going to end up with a disaster.
In this Truist episode, we are going inside Iran with someone who's lived the cost of resistance. My guest, Hejar Barenji, joined the Kurdish resistance at the age of 14. He was arrested by the Islamic Republic, later forced to flee, and was granted political asylum in Canada. In his private life, Hejar is a media technology specialist. In his public life, he continues to resist the regime. Tonight, he's speaking to us from an undisclosed location in the Middle East. Hejar is giving us a unique insight into something that hasn't been spoken about in the media before, how the regime is beginning to split with the IRGC, and the message is directly in front of our eyes. Now that we are nearing almost 2 weeks of protests, and the people are in the streets day and night, the question is no longer if the regime is going to be challenged. The question is, who is going to break first, the protesters or the Islamic Republic? My analysis with Hejar is coming next. Hejar, thank you so much for joining me and the audience at True East.
Thank you very much for having me, Doron. It's a pleasure.
You know, I understand that you're in the Middle East right now. We're going to keep it an undisclosed location for your private safety. Since this is the first time that you're joining our podcast, it's important for me that our audience hears a little bit about what I know about you, that already at the age of 14, you had already found yourself in a difficult situation in Iran as a Kurd. Could you just give us, to start off with, Hajar, a little bit of background on your life and the regime?
Thank you very much, Johan. Again, thanks very much for having me. Let me send my greatest regard to your audience and the great people of Israel and all the friends of Israel. It's very interesting, Johan. I was born in a Kurdish town of Naghada in northwest Iran, where historically we lived side by side with the Jews and Christians and the Azeris. It's the city itself has a history, and obviously afterwards we had our Jews neighbors moving back to Israel and Christians moving to Urmia, as it was the closest city over there. So I was growing up in the middle of all those conflicts. I was born, I should say, right at the time of the revolution of 79. And basically, I'm the generation of after 79, basically. I was born from a Kurdish family. My family was under a lot of pressure, like all the other Kurds in this area after the revolution by the Islamic Republic. So I joined the Kurdish struggle at the age of 14, became a Peshmerga, as most of the Israelis are nowadays familiar with this name. We are the Kurdish freedom fighters. So I was in an armed struggle against the Iranian government for a few years, and after spending some time as political prisoner and then escaping Iran to Turkey, I was a political refugee, spent a few years in Turkey. And then I was sponsored by Canadian government. I was very lucky to go to Canada, continue my study, learn my language skills, and then work as a broadcast technical specialist. However, during all those times, I have kept up with the developments inside Iran and focusing on the Kurdish region and the nations living inside Iran. We have very good contacts inside, and we have tried to stay beside the people over there to empower them and to help them to get to that point that hopefully we'll see some bright days coming up.
Well, again, I want to thank you not only for joining us, but for what you're doing. I think to try to get the real picture, which is what we're going to try to unpack here, and not what the Iranian media and even some of the mass media are putting out is really key. And I appreciate that you're doing this, and whatever personal risk. Really, it's just incredibly admirable that you're doing this. So thank you.
You are most welcome, Doron. It's a mission, it's a cause that we have already sacrificed for it, and we are ready to do more sacrifice for it. I think what you guys are doing, it's tremendous. It's amazing because not only that Iranian media is showing only one side. Unfortunately, even the mainstream media outside sees only some voices and some vocals. And I hope that I could be the voice of the ones who are missing on the mainstream media nowadays in this situation.
So on that note, let's go into the ground. We're looking now, we're almost nearing 2 weeks of protests in the next couple of days. People have been protesting in the day, protesting in the night. I've heard, 30 people have been killed, maybe more have been killed. It's, of course, getting information out of there is very difficult. We know that the Islamic regime is trying to limit any ability for information to get out. Take us on the ground, Hajar, if you would, and let us know what's happening right now.
What is happening on the ground right now, Doron, as you mentioned, is basically horrific. People are fed up. Islamic Republic, it's at the border of demolishment. So the regime has already expired inside. They have nothing left over there to defend, really. Ideologically, they have expired. Every slogan that they would try to protect themselves and to protect the Islamic regime with it is expired. Everything they played in terms of the economy, the ties, the benefits, everything is over. So people are fed up. People are at the point of turning. It's just a matter that the collapse of the regime, I can say that the collapse of the regime will happen. But we need to be careful about the situation now and the situation after that transition, because either we're going to end up, as we discuss a lot nowadays, with a great Iran, as we all want it, or we're going to end up with a disaster after the situation. And, nowadays that everyone is talking about bright days, we all want those bright days. We all want this government to be over. We all want to get over this. And now people are on the street. They are struggling. They don't have anything to lose. They go in with bare hands. They go in with protest, and their answer is being in like Tehran and some central areas, mainly with anti-demonstration forces. However, when we go more towards the Kurdish part and the west part, as we saw in the cities of Ilam, Abdanan, and like in the Malak Shahi in special, in particular, that people have been shot with like professional war bullets, as they have always done during the Women Life Freedom, the Jina movement, as we have said in Kurdistan of Iran. People are basically struggling with their bare hands. And even the cities, the cities that are not have been seen in the news or social media, that they have not joined the uprising yet, they have not joined the demonstrations yet, they are getting ready. As we saw, it was a very good news that yesterday we saw a declaration from 7 Kurdish parties, because a lot of people are asking, oh, during Women Life Freedom Movement, we saw a lot of uprising from Sagres, from Sanandaj, from Urumiyeh, from Mahabad. Why this time they are quiet? Because they were waiting for their organizations, for their opposition parties to get together, to have a plan, and to see a clear path forward, and then start it. So yesterday we saw, thankfully, that 7 Kurdish parties, basically every single Kurdish political party of Iran, got together. They released a declaration. They backed all the demonstrations, and they have asked all the people of Iranian Kurdistan to join the protest and to join the uprising on Thursday by closing their shops, by not going out, by staying in their houses on Thursday. So we are expecting a huge movement starting in the Iranian Kurdistan on Thursday, on top of everything else that's been happening in the country.
You know, for our viewers and our listeners, if I understand, the Kurdish community is around 9 to 10 million, perhaps more. You can correct me on that, which means it's between 10 and 15% of the Iranian population. This is not a small number of people. So I see, is that correct, those numbers?
What we know is that if we go even based on the numbers that the Iranian government releases from the provinces of Urumiyeh, Kurdistan as the century, Sanandaj, Ilam, and also parts of Lorestan, we assume that there is 10 to 12. We believe that there is 10 to 12 million Kurds living in Iranian Kurdistan right now. As you know, the nations within the borders of Iran are creating a very important part of that great country. We have Azeris, that they are close to 35 million of this country. We have Baluchis on the side.
It's important to say there's more Azeris than there are native Persians. Is that correct?
My great friend in one of your previous shows mentioned that Azeris are the greatest nation.
Yes, Dr. Harold Rode.
Yeah. Correct. As Dr. Rode mentioned, who I highly respect him for his knowledge on Iran and everything. As he mentioned, Azeris are the largest nation living within Iranian borders. Now, kindly, please don't spark it, because some of my fellow Iranians that I love them all, from any nation, any views or anything, they get upset when we say Iranian nationals. It's because within Iran we have nations, we have Arabs, that they are a separated nation. Yes, we all create that great country that's called Iran, and I do have the most respect. And as I said, our goal is to make Iran great again. However, to make Iran great again, we need to bring every single one who defines themselves as Iranians together to create that bright future for Iran.
So that's one of the main points I want to focus on, which is when you look at a protest, usually there are 2 keys to a protest. One is you usually have some type of figure. I'm curious, I want to discuss that with you in the future, if it's the exiled prince, as he's called, or someone else. And then there's the organizational element. What at least I'm seeing, and on Telegram, and I'm trying to get as much information as I can, it looks like they are smaller crowds than they were at the Women Life Freedom Movement, which is in 2022. Is that true? And what does that mean about the possibility of this protest succeeding, if success means overthrowing this regime?
Look, Doron, we all want this regime to be changed because we are not going to get to the why of it, because we all have so many different reasons that we believe that changing the Islamic regime is basically the first step towards a stable region, a stable Iran, a great Iran, creating better future for the people of Iran, and not only Iran, the region, because we know that Iran is the main point of disability in the region, and it goes against every single values of democracy and human rights and all the stability that the whole world need, actually. Now, in terms of what you mentioned, yes, the crowd, the number of crowd in some parts are smaller. Yesterday, the crowd that we saw in Abdanan, in Ilam, it's tremendous. This crowd is unbelievable. But what you mentioned is correct. However, we have seen that this time the demonstrations are spread through more areas of Iran. We see more areas coming out. We saw Bazaar of Tehran joining the first step over there. However, we need to be very careful. This movement, it's not only an economy movement. This movement is a movement to free Iranian people from suppression, from everything that Iranian Islamic regime has done to every single person in Iran, from Persians, from Azeris, to Arabs, to Kurds, to Lors, to Turkmens in Iran, that they have done it. And every single one of them wants to have a part from that freedom that they are envisioning an objection to in the future of Iran. And to make that happen, we need to give all those people a hope. And the hope is not just by giving them slogans. It's not just by telling them that we will be great, Iran will be great. As I mentioned in the beginning of this interview, Doron, we know that Iranian regime is expired. So we have two paths forward. The collapse will happen. There is no way. The collapse will happen. There is no survival for the Islamic regime this time. And it's not, I'm not just telling you that through this demonstration in a day or two or three, that could be flexible. But Islamic Republic is expired and it's at the verge of collapse. How? Now, right after Islamic regime, we have two paths forward. A path that we could be inclusive of every single Democrat Iranian who believes into a bright future for Iranians, who believe into the people of Iran, the people of inside Evin prison right now, every single prison in Iran, from Urumiyeh to Zahedan, to Sanandaj, to Khorasan, to Mashhad, to Rasht in the north of Iran. We need to give them that hope, and we need to respect their struggle inside, because they are the real leaders of this movement, and we need to give them power. Every single one of us, this mission outside, to create that environment outside, to give them hope and to give them the idea that the future is inclusive. Whenever we show them, nowadays, when you go to media, there is a lot of discussion around alternative. Everyone speaks about alternative. There is no alternative. Well, the alternative needs to be inclusive, Doron. When we say that, we should not be excluding anyone from good Iranians except supporters of Islamic regime. There is only one enemy of all of us, and this is the Islamic regime. And for that, we need to be all included in the struggle, because in the 40-some years ago, Kurds, Persians, Azeris, Lors, Arabs, Turkmens, regardless of their nationality, regardless of their being Sunni, being Shia, being Christian, being Jews, being Alawis, being the Baha'is, they have always been under repression. As a Kurdish person from Iran, as an Iranian Kurd, I have been under pressure as a person who believes in democracy, as a person who fights for freedom of humans, as a Kurd, as a Sunni. Doesn't matter how much I practice my religious beliefs, but I have been under pressure because of that. So you need to understand that every single Iranian has objectives and goals for the next step after Iranian regime. Just going and using the media outlets and giving slogans would not make the future of Iran. It would not be a really realistic plan forward.
So I want to actually ask you about this, exactly where you're heading right now. We have Ayatollah Khamenei, who's been at the helm of this, terror state, the largest terror state in the world. I agree with you where we open. He seems to have failed on every single front. And the same masses that put him in power today want to forget that they put him in power and have dreams, and we'll speak about it in a minute, of the day after the Shah's son, an open and free system. But I want to take a step back. What we're looking at today are protesters who are risking their lives and, in fact, are dying for this protest. Between that and the eventual the death of the Ayatollah by old age could take 5 years, could take 1 year, could take 15 years, God forbid. What is it that these people that are in the streets are able to do, or are we able to do? What is the tipping point for this to change? I mean, do you see Khamenei relinquishing power?
I don't see Khamenei relinquishing power. This regime does understand only one language, though, which is force and power. That's why the support of President Trump and Prime Minister Netanyahu plays a huge role, giving and empowering, giving the hope to the Iranian people. So many times in the past, we have seen administrations in different countries, in the White House, that they didn't believe the real voice of the people inside Iran, and they gave room for so-called reformists within Islamic regime. The support of Western allies, the support of Israel, the support of United States, it's crucial and instrumental in the change that Iran needs, in the support that Iranian demonstrations and people need in the prisons, on the streets, in every single small and large cities of Iran. Now, having said that, that tipping point is the time that we, all oppositions of the Islamic Republic, we become one force. And instead of labeling each other by such labels as lefties, righties, separatists, not separatists, these are actually not giving hope to the Iranian people. It's time for the unification. It's time for all my fellow Iranians, regardless of their races, their language, their religion, their political beliefs, whether you believe in a Shah system or to a democratic secular system, to anything. It's time to all get together. It's time to give us all equality, because keep in mind, one of the main reasons that Iranian people are not happy with the situation right now is that they are not being treated equally. Each one of them is being treated in a different way. So if we are not showing all Iranians, from Zahedan to Urumiyeh, to Maku, to Ilam, to Mashhad, to Tabriz, to Erdebil, if you are not showing them a future of equality, if you are not showing them a future of inclusivity, if you are not excluding any of them there, then how can we give that hope to them?
Of course.
Are we going
and I have a question, Hajar, on this, again, on this subject. You have connections, I know, deeply inside of Iran, and in a few minutes we'll speak about that. You have Maduro, the dictator of Venezuela, who was recently deposed in an unbelievable nighttime action by President Trump, taken in the middle of the night from a country that is a very large country, a well-armed country, albeit a failing country, and it's punching, a country that is just complete missed potential, similar to Iran. And now, 2 days later, he's standing for trial in the United States. When you say President Trump is giving hope to the people, is that what the Iranian people are wishing for? What are they, besides just words, what actions are they praying that President Trump and possibly Israel, who's been relatively quiet, would do?
Any help in any way possible is essential for Iranian people. Despite what I see in some news lately, Iranian people need support because they are going against the regime. That's basically what has been said by Prime Minister Netanyahu, by President Trump, is that Iranian government is spending all the money from the smuggled oil, from all those natural resources. And instead of spending it for their own people, for the good of their own people, they are spending it on guns, on intelligence, on disability, and doing all those wrongdoings that Iranian government is doing. Such regime cannot be defeated only by bare hands. Yes, we need support from US. Yes, we need support from Europeans. We need it from the EU. We need it from Israel, as we have tremendous history together in this region, and we understand each other more than anyone can understand each other in this region. We are, as your foreign minister once mentioned, we are natural allies.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't mean that we should have diplomatic ties or anything like that, but we are natural allies. It's a matter, there is one really important thing. If we create, with the help of US and Israel and all the countries that they support democracy and human rights, secular and plural regimes that they could bring real future to their people, we will have a stable Iran that would contribute to world economy, to world market, to world stability, and to the diplomacy and stability of the region.
You know,
If we don't
Prime
take
Minister
Iran together-
Netanyahu, he's addressed many of these comments, I think, I'm sorry for interrupting you, in direct messages to the Iranian people, not only now, but in the months since the very brave action that he took. You know, he sent Israeli fighter planes thousands of kilometers to strike Iran's nuclear program to try to both, of course, protect the state of Israel. And I think he served the entire Western world, and he'll go down in history as having done this. Do the Iranian people see the actions of Prime Minister Netanyahu and the Israeli Air Force and the Israeli army as one of the key pillars of helping to defeat this regime?
Definitely. Definitely they saw. But we need to be careful. Now, if we go back to 2003, Doron, in 2003, we had some elements of Iraqi people outside who give false information to the United States. And that caused a bit of a costly transition in Iraq to United States. We need to make sure that every single action of our allies is being aligned with the real people inside Iran, the real leaders inside Iran, the real factors of movement inside Iran. Let's have an unfortunate scenario at front of us. If we have a destabilized Iran after Islamic regime, we would face civil war. We would see a country that's built into a lot of conflicts and wars that would not contribute to world economy. We would see another refugee crisis in the region and in the world. We don't want to see that. The best path forward is to contribute to unification of every single opposition group. We don't want opposition supporters and groups to fight with each other on the streets of United States and European countries. We don't want to show those pictures to the Iranian people. We don't want to see any single supporter of any ideology or party of oppositions in Iran to go and fight and to say that, oh, you are not Iranian, oh, you are a traitor. The only traitor, the only enemy of Iranian people is the Islamic Republic of Iran and their supporters. It's Khamenei, IRGC, Sepah Pastaran, Sazman Etelat, Vezaret Etelat, and those people. These are Basij. These are the enemies of Iranian people. These are the only traitors.
So it seems like, and it's very, very clear both from what you're saying and what we're saying, there's a common enemy for the good people of Iran and all of these other nations that you've, I think, very, very brilliantly laid out, that Iran is not this homogeneous one types of people. There are Kurds, there are Azeris, there are all these different people, and they have a common enemy. On the other hand, when you talk about unification, Hajar, is there a person, I mean, in the African Americans in America have Martin Luther King. You know, the Indians had Gandhi. The Americans after the Civil War had Abraham Lincoln. These powerful forces that were able to recreate a unified country after enormous degradation and splitting. Is there someone on the ground in Iran that has the power, or perhaps outside of Iran, that has the power to unite these people?
I think there are multiple faces that they can, as my great friend Dr. Roth mentioned, that they can play that glue role to bring them together. And that's what actually makes them great in the next Iran. If they don't play that role at this moment, we will see emerging leaders from inside Iran. What we see, as I said, I cannot emphasize that anymore, Doron. At this moment, Iranian people have different beliefs, have different backgrounds. Now, let me ask you one question. I know from where you are with me right now, where your studios are located, in the country of Israel, where you are from. Can we see Israel same as what it was 47 years ago? Iran has changed in the last 47 years. People of Iran has changed a lot during the last 47 years. They have different groupings and identities. As we know, humans wants to try to define themselves belonging to groups, to their families, to their nations, to their culture, to their language. We cannot ignore the respect that Azeri people has for their Azerbaijani language and nationality. We cannot disrespect Kurds for their language, for their culture, for their nationality. We cannot disrespect Arabs. So it's not Persia, it's a great Iran. Iran that needs everyone to keep it great. So if we want to build a great Iran, let's include everyone.
You know, people often look back to the time of the Shah, I think today with a very rosy coating. The Shah was overthrown. It wasn't by chance. There was relatively large popular support, it seems, at least in the West, for the overthrow of the Shah all of those years ago. And people are now calling for the return of the Shah. We hear that in the Western media. The return of the Shah really means Reza Pahlavi, which I think, correct me if I'm wrong, is the Shah's son that's been living in exile, often called the prince. Is the return of the Shah or the Shah's regime kind of the answer that could both unify the people and also respect their rights?
This is the answer that Iranian people should give. It's no one's right to give any definite answer to this. Everything can change. Everything is flexible. Everything can be changeable. Everyone can change the way they have played a role in this. I think Mr. Pahlavi, I do have respect for him. I do have respect for his family. And I do have respect for every single supporters of Mr. Pahlavi. And I definitely see them as part of that great Iran. But however, I'm saying that beside them, Mr. Pahlavi should have every single freedom fighter, every single opposition group of Iran. And instead of differentiate them or looking at them from up top or saying that we are leading this movement, we need to be a unified one force, including all of us. Keep in mind, Doron, you know that I'm a Canadian as well. I do have Canadian citizens. In Canada, we are proud to be a multicultural nation because all those colors, all those views, all those different groups, they bring in a lot of power. In Israel, you have Druze. Those Druze people, they have contributed to the stability, to the security of this country at a high level because they have been included. So at this moment, I do hope everything is possible. Everything is possible. However, we need to give it to the people of Iran. We need to give the power to the people of Iran to see what they want. We have seen different systems in the past in Iran. We have seen Wilayat al-Faqih for the last 47, 48 years. One person ruling. And before that, there was the Shah system, yes. There have been some critics. There have been some acceptance. I do have respect for everyone. Keep in mind, when I'm talking about inclusivity, that doesn't mean that supporters of Mr. Pahlavi should be excluded. I think they should be included like everyone else in that future Iran. And when they are included, when we are all together, then we will have the real power to give hope to the Iranian people, which I do believe they are ready. Iranian people are ready to take control for that tapping point. However, either we as the oppositions outside Iran, either we showed them a unified opposition force or we leave Iran to a civil war in future.
You know, if I understand that Reza Pahlavi is one option and there are other options, what it looks like today is the unifying force maybe are the protesters in the streets. Meaning that's something that perhaps people will get behind. You're mentioning that the Kurdish, 7 different Kurdish parties all just, gave their approval that people should join the protests. From your contacts and your communication side, Iran, are people afraid? The protesters, are they afraid? Are they past fear? And the bottom line, do you think they're willing to give their lives? Because unfortunately, I don't see any other way for it to take place. Are they willing to give their lives in the numbers that it would take to cause really a much larger popular uprising that includes millions and millions of people and could perhaps cause the security forces, the Iranian, the IRGC to have defectors, which would be maybe the key thing if somebody was to rise up within the military? Are those people willing to pay the ultimate price?
People of Iran has always been ready to pay the price. However, we need That's exactly what you pinpointed, and you mentioned it greatly. We need every single corner of Iran to join this uprising. As I mentioned, yes, correct. On Thursday, we are expecting a strike throughout Iranian Kurdistan. Why? Because every single Kurdish party, from the Democratic Party of Iranian Kurdistan to Komalas to the Free Life Party of Iranian Kurdistan, every single political party of Iranian Kurdistan unifyingly have supported the people of Ilam and Dehloran and Abdanan and all those places, and Malak Shahi in particular. And to support them, they have asked people to go for the strike. Now, if we give hope to the Azeris to join the strike and the uprising in Tabriz and Ardabil and Zanjan and Ghazvin, if we give hope to the people of Khuzestan, in Abadan, in Khorramshahr to join the uprising and the strike, if we give power to the people of Baluchistan in Zahedan, as they have been sacrificing, if we go back to the last 47 years, who has sacrificed their life as much as the Kurds and as much as the Baluchis for the freedom of Iran? And we have never, ever, one single time, any representation of the Kurdish or Baluchis or any of them. They didn't even think about doing anything else other than asking for their freedom and for asking for the citizen right within Iran over there. We need to give hope to the people of Azerbaijan, to the people of Khorasan. In Mashhad, they already started it, to the people of Turkmen Sahara, to all those people to join that uprising. When we have all these forces, we have a huge